session.
You can share mine until they give you one.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll do that. That's
Yeah,
fine. She didn't have me up on the computer yet.
This time I'll call to order the August 12, 2024 meeting of the City of Clearwater Downtown Development Board. This time we'll move to item 2.1 on the agenda, approve the minutes of the July 15, 2024 Downtown Development Board meeting.
Make a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time, we'll move to item 3 on the agenda, citizens to be heard regarding items not on the agenda. Are there any citizens to be heard today? Seeing none, we'll move to item 4.1 on the agenda. Approve the June 2024 financial statement for filing.
Are you kidding me?
Let's go. That's how we start this off. Okay.
It's
We were trying to get you themed.
Mr. Nino's walk-up music.
Yeah, that's his backup song.
Good afternoon, Jesus Nino for the record, Executive Director for Community Development Agency and Downtown Development Board. I have Vicki Shire here to quickly present the financial statements for DDB.
Good afternoon, Vicki Shire, CRA Program Manager. This agenda item is to approve the June 2024 financial statements for filing. Funds spent in the month of June 2024 was $48,490.15 and are outlined in your agenda. Your remaining balance is $721,214.19. Is there any questions at this time?
Any questions from Ms. Shar? Seeing none. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 4.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 4.2, approve the special event grant funding request from Tampa Bay Ukulele Society in an amount not to exceed $20,375 for the Ukulele Festival and authorize appropriate officials to execute the same.
Thank you again, Jesus Nino for the record. Again, Vicki Shire was going to present this case. I'm not sure why she sat down, but she's right here.
Good afternoon, Vicki Shire, CRA Program Manager. The purpose of this item is to request approval of funding for the Ukulele Festival and the district in an amount not to exceed $20,375. This annual event will take place on the 405 block of Cleveland Street on Saturday, April 12th from 2025 from 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. There's expected attendance of approximately 4,000. This one-day event will consist of free lessons throughout the afternoon, entertainment along the 405 blocks of Cleveland Street. There will be vendors along the 500 block of Cleveland Street. Tampa Bay Ukulele Fest Society is partnering with merchants along Cleveland Street to allow workshops to be conducted. Tampa Bay Ukulele Society estimates a total project cost of $42,500 and is requesting a total of $25,000 from the DDB. After review of the application, staff recommends an amount not to exceed $20,375. This grant will cover costs associated with the entertainment, marketing, and city fees. Funding for this grant will be allocated to the fiscal year 24-25 special line item. Any questions? Robert Wild from the Ukulele Festival is here to present.
Thank you, Vicki. Always nice to be here. Good afternoon. We're on our 4th year. It started 3 years ago. And we've not only grown in stature, but in numbers. Actually, the first year was probably a little higher than that, but we couldn't get an accurate estimate. One of the strengths that we bring is having worked with the downtown, with the Clearwater Merchant Association, and having familiarity with the development of other downtown areas throughout Florida, we focus very heavily on the district. If you can look at the advertisements, everything has come to the district, bring your family to the district, discover the district, and we found that the feedback from the merchants particularly is that it does just that, that in their informal query of the customers, and they usually do about 5 turns on that day, they find that they're picking up a lot of people who are surprised at the activity in the district, haven't been, or are definitely coming back. So that's one thing that we emphasize and we do a lot of major media, and downtown district, 400 block Cleveland Street is a moniker that we use consistently. This year, 2 years ago, we attempted to do a major promotion on the 500 block, but there weren't enough merchants, and particularly a merchant that would be community-oriented and aggressively marketing. We think we found that with Tony Tello and the Nash Keys Group, who obviously, as everyone knows, have invested a lot and certainly have displayed amazing patience in getting their places open. Tony and I have met several times, and we're going to work together to use his venues, but also to use the total 500 block in addition to the 400. And I know the 500 block is important to the city to develop, and we plan on doing a major push on that in radio and in billboard advertising, which we did last year extensively. As I said, we've grown in stature. We get calls from literally all over the world. They have a unique network, the ukulele performers. So we've had calls from Belgium, Great Britain. They all want to come to Clearwater. Most of them don't even know where it is, but they say we want to come to that Uke Fest in Clearwater. So it certainly gets the name spread. That's just a map. It's probably hard to see, but there'll be more red marks on the 500 block as we get to the city and get more tents and more stages approved. As Vicki underscored, the Tampa Bay Ukulele Society, it's the largest in the world with 4,000 members. More importantly, they're extremely active. It's totally volunteer. There's no dues. They teach in all the libraries in Pasco and Pinellas County, and they raise funds for probably 15 or 20 other nonprofits. So it's a very, very active, community-oriented organization. Like I said, it has 4,000 members, mostly Pinellas and Pasco. We've been very fortunate, and the DDB has been very generous in the past, which has enabled us to do the things that we want to do, particularly the major media advertising, which, as you know, is quite expensive, but also to bring in talent that people here haven't seen. As Vicki said, the budget that we were hoping to get was $25,000, and mainly we've stayed with the $10,000 in promotion, but we've taken a step up in our talent search, and we'd like to bring in a couple of extra artists, and with the expenses and whatnot, it adds another $4,000 or $5,000 to the budget. So we would humbly ask that, because of the commerce that we can bring to the area, that we think it would be an extra money well spent and well invested and measured. And again, either way, we thank you for allowing us to be able to do this and to not only enhance the image of the ukulele, but also the downtown Clearwater District 4 and 500 block. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Wild?
I want to start off by saying that I can attest to the level of engagement that you have with the downtown merchants and how engaged you are with every single one. And you have been very engaged in getting their feedback and being a good partner. So I thank you for that. I do have just one question. Is there any ticketed portion to this event at all?
Excuse me?
Ticketed, is there a ticketed portion to this event, or is everything free to the participants?
Not at this point. When we had the concert at the church, we used to have a nominal admission. We're not planning on it this year. Depending if one of the venues gives up their evening space, we may have to charge to be able to do that. But everything we charge is very nominal. It's in the $10, $20 range.
Any other questions? Vice Mayor?
I think it's a great event. I bought a baritone uke 2 years ago just to be in the event that you had. So
I remember that. You bought a Luna.
bought it into Tony's.
Oh, okay.
And so anyway, are you getting any other sponsors? Are you selling sponsorships for
Yes,
to help
we
out?
have Kala Ukulele, which is the most popular in the world. They give us a small sponsorship, but it covers 8 or 9 events that we do but we do use some of their monies, and they donate ukuleles that we do a raffle with. And then we have a bourbon, which is 3-quart bourbon. It's owned by Pat Benatar and her husband, and they actually sought us out, and they provide some support to the restaurants. But mainly it's product and whatnot. The cash contributions are not substantial.
Okay?
Councilmember Menino?
Yeah, quick question for you. A couple of the attachment identifies potentially extend into Coachman Park. Where are
Excuse
you
me?
at with that? A couple of these attachments, it says potentially extend into Coachman Park.
Oh, no, our original was we wanted to try to use, actually, Chris Koch brought it up about using Coachman Park, but it's used that year. It's used that day, so we're not going to be able to use it.
So you're not using it?
So we'll, in the future, we hope that we can use the portable stage and use that great venue.
And then peeking at your budget, I see no mention of portalets for bathroom facilities. How do you handle bathrooms for 4,000
Well,
people?
they usually use the restaurants. We've been very fortunate that the Christian Science Reception Center has generously let us use their facility for our free lessons. And we get about 100 people to that. And they use those facilities or they use the restaurants. Because part of our thing is we give them a restaurant voucher for people that come and spend the whole day.
Thank you.
Ms. Frazier?
Hi. So I look at your budget and it does show Coachman Park Acts 3 at $1,500. If you're not going to use Coachman Park, is that line item scratched or is that elsewhere?
You might have a different generation of, on the budget here. See, we're going to be using those stage acts in Nash Keys and in the sports bar as opposed to Coachman Park. But that, it was a new generation of budget, which
Thank you.
I think was put in the, was sent out. We hope you all attend. And David, we can always use another bass player.
Hope I'm in town.
Any other?
We borrowed your trailer once, if you remember.
What's that?
We borrowed your trailer.
Oh, that's
and we
right,
used
yeah.
it as a stage.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I've attended 2 or 3 years, I guess 2 years now, both years, and you did a really good job of promoting it. I don't know how many people that time of year when this is rolled around said, "What's a ukulele?" You do a really good job of publicizing it, and as you pointed out, you always include where it's at, downtown Clearwater, the district, and all that promotion. But it definitely gives the ukulele community a lot of attention, but the first 2 years, you've really given downtown Clearwater a lot of attention too, so appreciate that.
Thank you. Great. All the merchants are great to work with, and like I said, without those grants from the DDB, we couldn't have pulled it off. My partner and I subsidize what's left, and we don't mind subsidizing. We just don't want to get subsidizing too much.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.2.
Yep,
Do we need to have a discussion regarding staff's recommendation versus the ask? Because they're different. So what exactly are we approving?
Well, the agenda item says.
20,000.
Not to
Yeah, it's
exceed.
20,000. It's what's been recommended by staff.
Agreed, just making sure we all understand that.
Yeah. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Right?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Is that 20 or 25?
It's the recommended from the
Thank you.
staff, yeah. Thank you.
You
Yeah.
have to ask, you know that.
Okay, at this time, we'll move to item 4.3 on the agenda, approve the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 for the Downtown Development Board.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if the mics are on over here, but if they're not, then I would ask staff to please come up for the record to be heard on a microphone. I'm not sure if that mic's on or not, but. Okay. Again, Jesus Nino, Executive Director for the CRA and Downtown Development Board, for the record. This item here is requesting approval for the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 for the Downtown Development Board, and also to schedule two public hearings for September the 4th, 2024, and September 17th, 2024, at 5:01 PM for final adoption. So the property tax revenue has increased by $395 from the current fiscal year, for a total of $492,993 in fiscal year 2024-2025. The Downtown Community Redevelopment Agency increment for the DDB is $381,027, which is shared with the Downtown Development Board in accordance with the interlocal agreement that we have in place for the DDB and the CRA. Expenditures are divided into two major categories: variable and fixed. Variable expenses account for Downtown Development Board grants and activities, and fixed expenses include costs that the Downtown Development Board must incur to remain operational, such as CRA administration fees, Pinellas County commissions, Pinellas County tax collectors, and an annual audit. The proposed budget identifies $118,584 in administration and fixed cost, and $799,408 in variable expenses. Staff is recommending allocating $450,000 of unassigned funds for FY 23-24. Basically, it's broken down into special events for grants for $450,000, business assistance category for $68,170, future downtown initiatives for $281,238. Staff and administration is up a little bit to $94,309, and fixed payments of $24,275. Then we still have reserves of $75,000. With that, staff is ready for questions here. You also have the budget there attached to your documents. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead.
So when you write down future downtown initiatives, have they been identified, or is just quote-unquote basket that's been assigned?
Feature the initiatives.
Yeah, for the future downtown initiatives, are they identified initiatives or just,
Some are, for instance, mobile vendor project that we're doing.
Okay.
Part of that's going to go into that.
okay. So when I'm thinking of, prioritizing initiatives and how to allocate funds,
Yes, ma'am.
I always kind of want to know what the bottom line is. So if you can humor me, I'm going to try to explain to you what I perceive, and then you can correct me if it's true. So we're getting an ad valorem of roughly $492,000. We're bringing over from last year another $425,000, which roughly goes up to $920,000.
Correct.
When you subtract the staff administration, fixed expenditures, and assign future projects, all that says that we have about $450,000 for the next coming year. And I'm looking for a real number so that when people come before us, I know what number we're working with so that I can decide on how to allocate and how to prioritize. Is that a number that you would agree with, around $450 for the 24-25?
Yes,
Okay.
and for the future, we're going to try to make it more transparent as far as giving you every single month what we have available.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions from the board?
I do have one. Jesus, looking in that same area, the business assistance grants going from 25,000 down to 10,000. Why are we limiting that amount when I think we all know our overarching goal is to help get businesses in the downtown? Just is there a reason for that $15,000?
The majority of the grants that we provide are through the CRA.
Perfect.
So not much of it is coming out of the DDB, so we decided to reduce that amount.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
If I can add to that?
Yes.
Because the CRA has limitations on how to use their funding.
For sure.
We're trying to focus on what we can do in the CRA. The DDB is more event
Absolutely.
focused, which the CRA is not. So I actually, I saw that, and I think it's a good idea to decrease it, because the CRA is a great source of funding for that.
Any other questions from the board? Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.3? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.3.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 4.4, discuss special district performance standards.
This next item will be presented by Deborah Margolis, our city attorney.
Thank you. Mayor, I asked that this item be added to the agenda to talk about some new legislation that has come into effect, or technically is going into effect as of October of this year. So for context, the DDB is a special district. A special district is a form of local government that is not a city, county, or constitutional office. A special district operates within a very limited geographic area, and it typically operates for a very specific purpose, such as fire control districts or such as mosquito control districts. PSTA is a special district. The CRA and DDB are also special districts. There are hundreds and hundreds of special districts in Florida dealing with everything from aviation, transportation, CRAs, downtown development, et cetera. So special districts are nothing new, but the legislature has been looking to get a handle on all of these special districts because they are so numerous and because they have such wide ranges in terms of how they're funded, what are their objectives, how do you measure if they're being successful or not? Sometimes the members are elected, sometimes they're appointed, sometimes like this board, it's a mix of both, et cetera. So as part of the last legislative season, the legislature has now created special district performance standards. These performance standards do allow the discretion for each special district to decide for themselves what your goals and objectives need to be. However, there is a new requirement going into effect that all special districts in Florida, with a couple exceptions that don't apply here because the law always has some exception, must adopt performance objectives and standards. That requirement goes into effect in October. Mr. Nino and I have been discussing it, as have staff in the city attorney's office. And the plan, not to speak for him, but I believe the plan is to come next month to the following DDB meeting with some staff recommendations as to what those might look like. The board will certainly have a full opportunity to weigh in on that. You can make changes. If you want to suggest additional things, you want to take things out, we can make changes because the board is ultimately in control of it. But staff is going to bring forward some recommendations. As I said, this is not unique to our DDB. It's not unique to Clearwater. It's not even unique to DDBs in general. This is really an overarching policy decision the legislature has made that affects almost all special districts in Florida. The law says that by December of each year, starting in 2024, we will be required to post publicly all of our performance objectives and goals, and then later on to do recap and to see, are we successful and are we meeting those goals that the board has set out for us? So it's designed to promote transparency for the public and to provide at least some level of standardization among special districts in Florida. Attached to the agenda item is House Bill 7013, which is where the new requirement comes from. That said, happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Okay, so I think council kind of does that anyway with our stuff, but I was trying to think back on DDB, if that was really different than what we did back then or what we do now. But would it be, the standards and objectives would be, the overarching would be to promote the downtown and bring more feet on the street. So, I mean, will we say something like that and then we post the amount of, I mean, if you describe to me what exactly that is, that would help, I think.
Sure. It'll be a little bit more detailed than that. The legislature will tell us that, yes, we know that the overarching mission certainly is to promote downtown and to enhance both quality of life, quality of business downtown. However, for each program that the DDB undertakes, the board will have to identify what the objective is of that particular program and how are you going to measure the success of that program. So it is going to go down to the level of each program that you undertake. There is some discretion in terms of how much detail we put in there, and that's something that the city attorney's office will be working with staff on, because we don't want to make it so detailed that we're accidentally tying the board's hands or setting up the board for failure either. So we want to keep it high level enough that the board has the flexibility to either make changes as you guys see fit during the year, as well as not to set unrealistic or unreasonable standards. But the legislature does require it, to the vice mayor's question, to be established at the program level. And so for each program that we undertake, such as a program for the Ukulele Festival, there will have to be objectives associated with that and performance standards on the back end. And again, we have some level of discretion in how we do that, but it will be more detailed than just high level, we all want downtown to succeed.
So kind of more in line of how we do our strategic plan.
I think that's probably a good way to say it. Yeah, I think certainly at that level, you know, another good way to think of it is kind of like what council sees with the budget documents, you know, probably at that level as well, where it's much more detailed than just, say, a department budget. But at the same time, there is flexibility built in, because 1,000 things could happen during the year that, you know, the city, either city staff or the board may have to react to. So that's the gist of it. But we'll plan to bring that back at the next board meeting. But I wanted to mention this at the DDB meeting rather than the CRA meeting, because I figured that all the CRA members are already sitting here and get to listen to it. Plus, I wanted to make sure that the other 2 DDB members got to hear it as well. So.
Any other comments, questions? Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.4?
Hi guys, I'm Tony from 500 Block. I'm here with Kevin from Olive and Thyme as well. I'm excited to see like the changes that are going on in downtown. You guys have walked by there now on Friday and Saturday. You've seen that even we have a 30-minute wait to get into some locations now, which is something that we've only dreamed of. And I want those opportunities to be consistent for the other merchants down, and not only from the 500 block, 600 and 700 block, because we need more growth. And I find a lot of times that these merchants, the more convoluted and unique or more bureaucracy we get into these grants, as well as these different venue things, it deters them. I've gone door to door and I've talked to everywhere from Ranchito de Pepe to the Cleveland Street Market to Downtown Pizza. So I've talked to everyone, and the most common thing that I've seen is that they don't know where to start. And I know we have great people like Vicky on my right, who's fantastic and goes there and talks to them and develops a personal relationship with them that makes them feel that they can be heard. But I find that it becomes more and more difficult for the merchants, especially when they're new, to have the confidence to come and speak. And I want it to be a little bit more available to them. And if it has to be me going door to door and knocking, I'll do it until we have a block full. But I just don't know how to remedy one of those issues. I just wanted to bring it to your knowledge and just express a concern that I've seen. All these events I think they're fantastic, and I'll do my part by donating my venue and offering my space to do all these events. But I want it to be less convoluted and more straightforward. And if it is convoluted, to allow some kind of a learning curve, or at least allow them to have a voice. And I feel right now, especially for the citizens of Clearwater, I came today and I thought citizens to be heard was at the end, but it's at the beginning. And now I know after just watching the videos, you have to be sworn in. These things do deter the general population. I want that to be known, even though I understand the complexity of your political job and the complications that have come ever since the last 2 months. But I wanted to not deter the people from coming and having their opinions heard. I'll do my best to try to include you guys in the Downtown Merchant Association and just give you guys the view that we all share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here from the public desire to be heard with regard to item 4.4? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 5. Is there any old business to come before the board? Seeing none, director's report, item 6. Mr. Nino?
Just have one item. Basically, starting this month, I think in August, August 21st, we're going to start to put together monthly listening sessions with the downtown community. We're not going to try to duplicate the Merchants Association there. We're just going to have our meetings out there just to hear what all the businesses and community for the downtown have to say, and we'll bring back that feedback to the city, and hopefully we implement some changes that we get from the community. But that's basically the only director's report at this time.
All right. There being no further business to come before the board, we will adjourn the meeting of the committee of the Downtown Development Board. I'll switch spots here.
Pension trustees
Thanks for
next.
flying back, Misha.
CRA.
Good to see you. Have you been? I'll see you in the elevator. It's good. Hectic, good? Hectic, good. Oh, that's good. You too? No. If you have to ask. Look, that's okay. You get the first one. Did you get that out here? Oh, yes, you got the invitation? Yes, yeah. I don't even know how I did it.
You texted it to me.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, yeah, so I'm sharing it.
Yeah, please. I need to get more funding, North County, funding that goes to Clearwater.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Are you getting a response?
I think so. So far, I've got like 2 commissioners. I'm trying to get a senator.
I'm just trying to get myself in trouble apparently.
This one. Do you have the pension one?
Glad to see you.
Oh yeah, that is the pension. Didn't even think about it. David. I was checking my email. Sorry, we were looking. That's right. I was in work. I'm like, that's a good idea. We should look into this. Boop. And just sent it out. David hit me with like 15 paragraphs. I'm like, you want me to just go and do it? That's all. Yep, I get it. Thank you for making sure it won't happen again.
This time we'll recess for 5 minutes, and, nope, good?
Recess.
Yeah, we're, just make sure we're recess. Yeah, we haven't started CRA.
Well, pension trustees, downtown development board, council work session.
Yeah. Maybe I'll ask them for the raspberry or strawberry again.
This time I'll call to order the August 12, 2024 meeting of the City of Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency. This time we'll move to item 2.1 on the agenda. Approve the minutes of the July 15, 2024 CRA meeting as submitted in written summation by the city clerk.
Motion to approve item 2.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to item 3 on the agenda, citizens to be heard regarding items not on the agenda today. This time, are there any citizens to be heard? Seeing none, we'll move to item 4.1 on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Jesus Nino, CRA Executive Director. For the record, this item is staff is requesting approval for the third quarter budget amendments to fiscal year 2023-2024 for the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area budget, and also requesting approval of CRA Resolution 24-01. The North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area was approved back in May of 2023. The major highlights of the third quarter budget amendments are that there was $3 million that was transferred for the general fund into the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area. $156,641 in increment revenues were received from Pinellas County, and $190,848 in increment revenue were also received from the city of Clearwater. So to me, that's big. We're receiving increment already, even though we were just created last year. Operating budgets for the remainder of FY23-24 is to assist with the startup of the North Greenwood Citizens Advisory Committee. So as you see there in your budgets attached, basically in operating expenditures, a lot of that is towards us going ahead and implementing our CAC that we have in place now, thanks to you and thanks to Pinellas County. Transfers. This proposed budget also includes $90,426 and a percentage for salaries for CRA staff to actually do work out in North Greenwood Community CRA area. For the general fund, we do have a few categories that we created in the budget. One is R2401. That's for residential improvements for $500,000. That can be broken down even more into the residential exterior improvement program that we have in place now, that we're actually reviewing grant applications as we speak, and also to hire a homeownership education type program through the housing division and through working with Pinellas County. Also, we have R2402. This is for business improvement projects. That's for $1,100,000. That's for general fund. That's for the new commercial grant that we have in place, and we're also starting to review applications for that particular program. Then we have $500,000 for the Carlton Avenue rehab. That was a building that was purchased by the CRA, I think, last year. Then we have $700,000 for R2404 for public infrastructure. It's for the Curtis Museum and lighting along sidewalks and trails, and shade and amenities to sidewalks and trails. Then we also have R2405, it's public art and culture. We have $200,000 for general fund for that particular line. Then as far as the city increment, we have for housing an additional $76,422 to be added into the residential improvement. Then from county, we have $78,000 towards housing, then $78,320 towards mobility. With that, staff is recommending approval, and I'm here for questions. And we also have Ms. Kayleen in the audience from the budgeting department, just in case I can't answer questions, she's here to aid.
Any questions for Mr. Nino? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, what does that last column designate? Where in the transfers out, you've got 1 and 2s?
For the housing county?
Yeah, I mean, in the,
It's the entire column there to the right side.
Oh, those are just our notes.
your notes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, for 1 and 2 below.
yeah.
I got you. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions from Mr. Nino? Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.1? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 4.1.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we move to item 4.2, approve the third quarter budget amendments to the fiscal year 2023-2024 Downtown Community Redevelopment Agency budget and adopt resolution 24-02.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, staff is requesting approval for third quarter budget amendments to the fiscal year 2023 and 2024 Downtown Community Redevelopment Area budget, and also requesting approval to adopt resolution, CRA Resolution 24-02. As far as the Clearwater Redevelopment Agency, it's recommending the following third quarter budget amendments to, again, to the FY23-24 Downtown CRA budget. Adjust the budget to reflect the actual expenditures to date. Then also, these are some notes we have here in your memo. Create a new project, R2501, that's for the Bluffs development. And transfer out $2,250,000 of city TIF from R2003, Economic Development, to R2501, that's the Bluffs redevelopment project. This represents $1,500,000 for impact fees and $750,000 for Gotham development, as outlined in the development agreement for that particular project. Increase of $47,881 and 20 cents, representing $208.20 of city TIF and $47,673 of interest earnings in R2003, the Economic Development City. Increase of $362,617.26 in TIF revenues transferred as part of prior year end closing in R2003, Economic Development City. Then transfer out $2,500,000 city TIF from R2010, Housing City, as part of the Gotham development, and new CIP R2501 Bluffs development. Then decrease of $3,840.20 of county TIF from R2004 Economic Development County. And with that, we have the budget attached there, and also have the CIP project fund attached. With that, staff is open for questions, but I did also want to clarify something after the questions. All right.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Nino on this agenda item? Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.2? Seeing none, you had something else to add?
Yes, sir. You see there attached to your documents a Community Redevelopment Agency Capital Improvements Project Fund, third quarter budget review for fiscal year 23-24. It says there at the total that we have available balance of $12,762,863.92. Hopefully I said that correctly. So that's not the case. Some of these items here, we're still waiting for certain agreements to be put in place. For instance, we have, for Mr. Tello here, we have a $900,000 agreement that we're basically waiting to be executed. Once that's executed, we'll move that funding over to be encumbered. In addition, you see there the project number R2501, the Bluffs development. That shows there an available balance of $4,750,000. That's actually going to be encumbered since the City Council and the Trustees have already approved that agreement for that particular project, so that'll be taken out of that as well. So the actual available balance is actually around $7 million.
Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. It's time to move to item 4.3, approve the fiscal year 2024-2025 North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Agency budget, adopt resolution number 24-03, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute the same.
Thank you. Again, staff is requesting approval of fiscal year 24-25 for the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area budget, and also approval to adopt resolution number 24-03. The North Greenwood CRA has aligned its proposed operating budget and proposed project budget to facilitate future development as outlined in the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area Plan. Table 12 of that plan actually identifies a few categories that we have to start investing our increment funds into. Those three priority areas are affordable housing, to create, preserve, and improve income-restricted affordable housing units and prevent displacement. Also, economic development and employment, increase quality employment opportunities, particularly in the county target industries. Also, mobility, improve transit, walking, biking options, and access to transit. The tax increment revenue for the North Greenwood CRA is $860,226, which is an increase of $512,737 from the amendment FY23-24 revenues that I mentioned earlier. So that's also incredible to me that the increment is just going up for the North Greenwood CRA. The budget that you have there in place before you kind of lays out where we're investing our funds. We do have increment funds. They're divided in between operating expenditures and project funds. So operating expenditures include services, supplies, and expenses that occur during the fiscal year and are primarily used for conducting the North Greenwood CRA day-to-day operations. Project funds are established to assist with creating programming recommended in the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area Plan. So total operating expenditures are $71,074 for salaries to CRA staff, and then $71,074 for salaries for CRA executive director, and $91,558 for other CRA staff. Then R2407 for housing. For county, that's $363,386. Then for economic development of the city, we have $129,996. Then R2408 for mobility city, we have $94,599. Then for R2409 mobility county, we have $109,613. Hopefully that was understandable. With that, staff is open for questions.
Any questions from Mr. Nino regarding agenda item 4.3? Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.3? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to agenda item 4.4, approve the fiscal year 2024-2025 Downtown Clearwater Community Redevelopment Agency budget, adopt resolution 24-04, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute the same.
Thank you again. Staff is recommending approval for fiscal year 24-25 for the Downtown Clearwater CRA budget, and also approval to approve resolution 24-04 and authorize the appropriate officials to execute the same. The fiscal year 24-25 downtown CRA budget is aligned. It's proposed project expenditures to facilitate future development of downtown through implementation of the Downtown Community Redevelopment Area Plan. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but basically the increment revenue is $6,557,705, which is an increase of $466,206 over the $6,091,499 for the amended 23-24 revenues, reflecting an increase in taxable value of both the original CRA area and the expanded Downtown Gateway CRA area. The downtown CRA funds are divided into operating expenditures and project funds, just like the other North Greenwood CRA. Operating expenditures include things like services, supplies, and expenses that occur during the fiscal year and are primarily used for conducting the day-to-day business of the CRA. Project funds include interlocal agreements, capital projects, capital improvements, and funding for established programs whose work extends beyond one fiscal year. Projects funds carry over from year to year. This year's budget continues to use the project funds that were established in 2020 to distinguish between city and county TIF. As far as operating expenditures have increased by $123,456 from FY 23-24. This increase is to account for expenditures related to additional professional service agreements. Operating expenditures also include pass-through revenues of $381,027 to the Downtown Board DDB. That's the money we give back to the DDB. As far as transfers out designated, the funding this year's transfer out designated the funding this fiscal year that will be allocated to various project funds. The cost for interlocal agreements with the city and Clearwater Police Department are found in general fund, and also the community policing lines for a total of $1,317,894. The remaining city TIF revenues has been allocated to economic development, $900,000, infrastructure, $791,000 and $844, housing, $410,206. Then county TIF funds, $2,779,393 for the fiscal year, are restricted to capital improvement projects, housing, and land acquisition. The county TIF funds have been allocated to housing, which is $2,779,000 and $2,779,393. With that, staff is open for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Nino regarding agenda item 4.4? Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.4? Hearing and seeing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve item 4.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we'll move to agenda item 4.5, discuss revitalization efforts in downtown Clearwater Community Redevelopment Area.
Staff is here as a resource for any questions you may have on this particular item.
So, I asked the city manager to put this agenda item on the agenda today. A lot of us have had ideas, and certainly, I think all five of us have taken a lead on, making our own individual efforts to grow downtown Clearwater and to make it prosper and thrive. My feeling is that we need a more organized plan. And I know from our meetings with the city manager that a lot of us are, expressing similar ideas on things we can do and action steps we can take. City manager and I met with Dr. Williams from St. Petersburg College this past week, and she asked us what our plan was for not just revitalizing downtown Clearwater, but all of Clearwater. And it just appears that this is a good time with the new council coming on, and a new energy, I would say. A lot of interest from outside Clearwater to participating in the revitalization of our community, particularly downtown, that we get more focused and make our strategy more clear on what we're trying to do. And so I welcome, ideas we might have collectively here today on action items, I would say. We certainly know, and we know what the challenges are downtown. They've been apparent to everybody and been well reported in all the media. But what I really hope we can focus on is action steps we can take as a council and things we can do to encourage businesses like, we had a speaker here earlier who's here, Mr. Torres. Heard the Nash Keys was, couldn't get in the other night after an event in downtown Park. The kind of activity we want to see more of here. And so there are a number of things that I've laid out. Certainly we had a successful weekend of events down at Coachman Park. Earlier in the agenda item, we were talking about transferring some monies for the Bluffs project, which is moving along. We've got discussions with the county about what they might intend to do with their properties once they relocate to the central part of the county. So there are a lot of things we're working on there, and then encouraging, Mr. Nino has been very good about reaching out to businesses in the downtown area, particularly on Cleveland Street, but not just Cleveland Street, other parts of downtown Clearwater CRA, to encourage them. So I just want to put this on the agenda item because we're not allowed, under the sunshine laws, to discuss this off the record. So I just wanted to give us a chance to talk about those ideas and getting to action steps, and maybe even discussing here today, crystallizing a more plan that we can share with not just the Clearwater citizens, but throughout the region and throughout really the country, of what things we want to do to try to encourage further development and revitalization downtown Clearwater. Councilmember Teixeira?
I agree with you, Mayor. I believe that any successful implementation plan has to be based on the reality. The reality is we have our challenges and we have to acknowledge them. And because of those challenges, I think it's important that we be bold, that we be creative, and we get community partners to help us. We certainly got the catalyst, which was the park and the amphitheater, to motivate us and to make a statement that Clearwater leadership is committed to revitalizing downtown. And I think I've been hearing that positive response from developers and other community partners. I also have been having conversations with St. Pete College, with Dr. Hernandez, specifically the Dean of Business, and they're going to meet with me later this month and talk about their creative ideas on how to supplement our pop-up with our mediums. And so it's that creativity, that boldness that we need, and I'm open to any idea or ideas, but I think this is a great opportunity to send a message that we are serious and we are committed and we're open to any idea out there.
Vice Mayor?
You know, a lot of ideas have been floating around and over the years, and the one that recently we talked about was doing what we can with what we can do, and you know, what we have control over. And you know, we have the park, we have a lot of public areas, and I think that we are talking about that, and I think this council is aware that we've got a lot of ideas to move ahead on some of the capital improvements that is in our strategic plan that will help the downtown area, and I think that's good. I think that we're talking, our CRA seems to be very healthy, the DDB's very healthy, and I think we move forward with those plans to try to help businesses in our downtown. So I feel real good about this, about moving forward with what we can actually control.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Menino?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for opening this discussion and throw it on the agenda, because I think it's very important. We're identifying things like we need to make a strategy more clear for a direction we want to go. And totally makes sense to me, but I think in my mind, I think it would help all of us if we had a clearer picture of where we are today. And with that, maybe timelines on some projects. What's a timeline look like for Gotham? What's a timeline look like for Hopes for Our Bluff? What's a timeline look like for the handful of county properties? What's a timeline look like for our PSTA site, so we can get a better understanding for a time frame we're working with? I think it's important to get a better understanding of where we are by saying, you know, here's a list of our current assets downtown as a city. Here's what we are in control of and that we can manage. I think with that, maybe a list that shows properties that private ownerships downtown that we can look to work with and make sure we understand who owns them and where and what those properties and buildings are versus what's owned by institutions, county or church, so we can get a clearer picture of where we are moving forward. I think that would be a big help in helping us. So I think what we're all asking for is to try to find a way to create a roadmap, right, of what we want to be when we grow up. down here. And we all have some great ideas, and we all have hope and optimism, but I just think we need to, you said it at the beginning, make a strategy, based on a clearer understanding. And with that, I think, understanding our assets, understanding our timeframes, identifying those clear opportunities that we have and when those may take place, I think is very important discussions to have as a city. And I welcome all those. But I too am hopeful and optimistic moving forward. We do know that Coachman Park was never going to be a silver bullet, and it wasn't going to solve any of our challenges downtown. It was definitely a catalyst, as was previously said. I think we're finding that. But I do hope that this is something that we don't just have a one-and-done discussion over. I think we've visited this before in the past, and we have a discussion, and it kind of moves to the wayside, and we take it off the burner. I hope we're all seriously open to have these open, honest dialogue and discussions with positive and hopefulness moving forward, so we can create a strategy and a roadmap of what we want to be downtown when we grow up. So I thank you for having those conversations. And I thank Mr. Jesus and his team for, what they're doing down here in our CRA and ingratiating businesses and helping them with what assistance we can and welcoming them to the city. And like Mr. Tello said, there's a lot of unknown and a bit timidness on what questions to ask and who to direct it to. But I think, Jennifer, you and your team, Dan and Jesus, is doing a great job on finding ways to put those task forces together so that we can start navigating this as a team. So I thank you for that.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yes, thank you. I, hear exactly what you're saying, Mayor, by having a strategy, completely agree with that, and being bold through that strategy, working through our CRAs and DDBs of what we have going on. And I think that those meetings that I'm having with Jesus, with city staff members, it just makes me feel more optimistic for what the future does hold. Because to Tony's point earlier of getting into the community, especially our downtown block, and helping these businesses, is in my mind, that's what government should be doing, is there to be a guide for that roadmap of how do we assist you in becoming better. Jesus already has that plan to go out there with a group and start really targeting these businesses and showing them what grants or other types of programs the city might have to help them be their best. So I do agree with what everybody is saying up here. I know we keep saying strategy. I don't know if we want to develop that strategy. It seems like maybe that's something we should have a special session for in the future to get that underway of what it looks like. But after my meeting with Jesus, it does sound like we've got a good start in where we're going. I completely agree with looking at the properties that are already held by private entities, but also what do we have that we might be able to sell or get rid of to a developer to help bring in some more first-level commercial businesses with some type of living space on multiple other floors. So I think that that is smart too. I think that's a direction we definitely need to know what we own, that we can help be a bigger catalyst as well.
Well, one of the things that I've raised publicly and talked to city manager about is just a better understanding of what properties we have in downtown where the property owner wants to work with us or is interested in doing something. Which properties are institutionally controlled and which aren't, and to make sure that, and Mr. Nino has already done a good job of reaching out to certain property owners saying, here's some opportunities for you, here's some things we can do to help you, but it feels like maybe we don't know, we don't have a good inventory of what our properties are, and it's not just here downtown, it's throughout the entire city, US 19. I'm not sure we know exactly what the situation is on some vacant properties out there as well. The city manager pointed out that, one council member can't, direct staff to do anything that's going to require 8 or more hours to do the work. But that's one piece of something I think is an overall strategy. Maybe there are code changes that we could consider for downtown Clearwater. Maybe it's a program where We are reaching out to help, facilitate new businesses by offering a startup package or some information for folks who want to do something here new. I think it's a mix of things, and maybe this is an opportunity, City Manager, with having some new members of the Economic Development team coming on here soon to strategize with them. So I think that's where we're headed over the next 2 or 3 months, but I felt like, we've all been having separate conversations with the city manager about this. We've all been having separate conversations with the community and community leaders and business owners in downtown that we just needed to start the conversation today about getting more focused as a team on what we're going to do, because that's the way we'll be effective. And I said at the ribbon cutting for the Nash Keys, that businesses like yours will be successful if the community, not the city council, not the city government, but the community of Clearwater gets behind them and comes out to attend and participate. And it's all the restaurants down here. And so it's about that. It's about getting the city behind these, our downtown core, but are revitalizing our city as a whole, that I think being more focused on a strategy will help.
I completely agree with those statements, and I love the fact that we know we're in the CRA and DDB, but when it comes to seeing all of Clearwater expand as a whole too, and I think that that's also overarchingly optimistic in my opinion, especially looking at our 19 corridor, looking at the countryside area, just all through the many areas of development that we do have the potential to have. So I completely agree, trying to get that more guided approach of where we need to do and how to target those things is going to be great.
I think it is important that we have these conversations on the dais. When I go out through the community, some of the feedback I'm getting is, I don't hear enough. What's going on? What's going on with this? What's going on with that? And the perception is if we don't talk about it officially, then we're not doing anything about it. And that is incorrect. I mean, I can speak only for myself, of course. But we are, I would assume, all doing a lot of things, but it's not being communicated. And it might not be sending the right message. So having these conversations on the dais at least is a form of educating our citizens that this is what we're thinking and this is what we're doing. But silence to me is dangerous. And so I want to continue these conversations at every CRA meeting. Timeline sounds I really like that. I like being positive, action-driven, goal-oriented. But silence, I don't want to be participating in that anymore. I want to have these discussions as difficult as they can be.
And I think right now, I say this frequently in the media, and it's true. City managers had the same experience I've had. We get a lot of outside interest here in the last 3 or 4 months from folks with the access to capital to come in and do really great things. I just got a call last week from somebody who said, I know someone who's interested in investing in the downtown core. Our challenge now is connecting those folks with folks who welcome that kind of partnership, welcome that kind of opportunity. And so I think the first step is identify, who are those who really are interested in being connected with that kind of outside resource. Because city manager, I can tell you, we've had significant interest in folks who are excited about the direction Clearwater is moving and opportunities in our area. Feel like Clearwater is, a little bit behind St. Petersburg and Tampa as far as take a step forward. And now is our time, and they want to do things here. It's just finding the right partners for them here within the setting. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to provide a brief update on some of the things that you all mentioned and some of the assignments that we already do have completed. So with the county properties, so we all are aware that the county is moving out, and while we are sad to see them go, we are incredibly excited about this incredible opportunity to redevelop those properties. We have had our kickoff meeting, so the county hired CBRE as their consultant group. That's going to be who is working on the assemblage of the properties. We have met with them twice, one with just the executive team. The second kickoff meeting was an introduction to our bigger team. But what we have already done, you all talked about having an inventory of our properties that the city owns in our downtown. So we have done that, and we have provided what we deem as potential assets to go along with the current assemblage that they are looking at to go with those county properties. So it's not a guarantee that we will provide those, but just that here is what is available. Some of those properties fit really well when you look at the other county properties that they are abutted next to. So that part of the work has already been done and been provided to the county's consultant, which is CBRE. We are meeting with them again at the end of this month, and that's where we will start getting a cadence in terms of our meeting frequency and start really establishing deadlines in terms of what things that are going to impact Clearwater are happening next. They've been focused, a lot of work has been done on this project already, but they've been focused on the property acquisition for their new site and the development of their new site. But that work should be completed, or mostly concluded by the end of this month, and then they'll be turning to, okay, what are we going to do with these properties? They've said, they being the county, has said, over and over again that, we are the number one stakeholder in this and that we're going to be partners through this. So that work is starting. They will be doing public engagement, they being CBRE, and meeting with the council as we start really getting into this. But a lot of work being done already. Our teams are established and meeting, and after the meeting that is scheduled for the end of this month, we should have some regular updates in terms of what are some deliverables on that. We're also prepared to provide some statements in terms of deliverables or deadlines on the bluffs if you want us to do that today. If you prefer, I know we have a long meeting agenda scheduled for today. We can, do additional updates at the next CRA meeting, so whatever you want. And the last thing that I wanted to provide just on that note is in regards to the inventory of all vacant properties. That is something that we are working on. And as you mentioned, we do estimate to have that completed in the next 2 to 3 months. And we have already started reaching out to the major property owners to have some conversations with them, open dialogues about what their plans are, so that we can also pass that on when we're working with CBRE on the next steps for the total revamp of downtown Clearwater.
Good. I think we won't get into the details today, but
Okay.
you kind of give an
Sure.
overview. The, Bluffs project is moving, for
It
sure.
is.
With the hotel, hopefully here at the end of the year, there'll be some things happening there. But I just wanted to get the conversation started today. And again, we'll be taking on some new staff in the area of economic development here soon. So if the council is okay with it, I'd like to keep this on this agenda for for a period of time until we can kind of get going. And but our goal is to work together to come up with some a plan we can put for the public. We can share with leaders throughout the region and say, here are some things we're doing to facilitate the growth and revitalization of downtown. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, but I think it'd be helpful too to get, like, you have a list of all city-owned properties.
In downtown. We're working on across the city, but we do have it completed for downtown.
Okay, but I know, being here the longest, there were some failed CRA business grants that didn't go through. One I was thinking of was the auto parts place on Martin Luther King. I think the city owns that, don't they? Don't we own that?
Yeah.
Okay, so those are the things I think would be helpful if we all knew what those properties were. And then maybe we could have Jesus go out and see if there's any interest in other businesses that want to come in, so. And it would be good to update us all on that.
Sure. We could do that.
Thank you.
Anything else on this agenda? Anyone here from the public desire to speak with regard to agenda item 4.5?
Guys, Tony from 520, 522, and 528 Cleveland Street. I'm pardon my my ignorance on the subject if it does not completely make sense, but I find that the issue with downtown and having businesses go down there, because I have quite a few business friends. I've tried to get the corner unit filled, and I've tried to even looking to fill the 400 block as well. I've done my part, and I try the best I can. It's a very unique situation. I would say that it's a multi-layer problem. We have properties that are owned primarily by one group that tend to have a month-to-month lease, and a lot of these properties that are owned, if they aren't owned by the church, they're owned by private holding companies or LLCs that know that they have a property that they can sell for 25, 30% of its perceived value. So why would you fix the property if you can sell it later for an increased value? And it's not up for discussion, it's very obvious. You can see it across downtown by the price in which things are being paid for. And then you have the property owners blaming the city, the community blaming the community blaming the organization, and the businesses blaming the people for not coming in. It's everyone's pointing their fingers and no one's to blame. But the truth of it is it is a multi-layered issue. No business is going to come down and invest, like I did, foolish as I might be perceived, $3 million into a property that they don't own. And now you have a $3 million investment, which you have a month-to-month lease. We could be creative with this, and I've done my due diligence and research in which these grants that we provide, we can have a stipulation put in place that the owners of those properties have to give the people investing their money, because if you don't, if the grant is $50,000, the property owner or the tenant's going to put in at minimum $200,000 to start a business, because realistically, 2024, inflation's at 8%, and that's what it costs to own your business. I'm talking about a small taco shop in which you're selling quesadillas and chimichangas, nothing crazy. And if you go much higher than that, you're not going to have business owners come in, no matter what the grants are, that they have a month-to-month lease. You can invest your whole life, your savings, your car payments, foreclose your home just to be told that you're going to have 2 months to leave. And we've seen that all the way down Cleveland Street. These are all things that we're avoiding the problem, and we know that it is a problem. I think we have to be creative with these things, not just incentivize property owners, but tell property owners that we have to change. We have to do it. I've seen it from the 400 block, 500 block. It's happening now at the 600 block. It's one of our most long-standing Mexican restaurants across the street from Nature's Pantry moved out in a month. People won't come unless they're safe. That's all I have to say.
You know, we're certainly open to ideas. I mean, from anywhere. This is not the council meeting. This is a CRA meeting, but everyone knows it's been published that citizens to be heard on items not on the agenda has been suspended for a period of time. But that doesn't mean anyone in the community can't call us or write to us. And let me tell you, they do often. They do every day, even on Sunday. And I surprised a couple yesterday by replying back and asking them to call me on Sunday. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from everybody. We want the best ideas to come from all over Clearwater, not just on this issue, but any issue. So thank you for sharing your thoughts, and I would encourage anybody to come to help us. We all want this community to thrive, all of it, not just downtown, the entire city to thrive. And so the best ideas to make that happen can come from anywhere. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. So, okay, with that, anyone else to be heard on this agenda item?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Bill Johnson, 2694 Redford Court West. One comment I'd make back to Councilmember Cotton. At the last meeting, he talked about high-performing government in reference to the North Beach. I think that's a key that can help you move forward. We have a wonderful Coachman Park, but quite frankly, it's looking a little tacky at the edges. Need to maintain that investment and keep it going. The other opportunity, I think, is the trail, as trying to influence and make the trail a little bit more attractive to people, which will get people to come through downtown. I hadn't prepared anything, so I wasn't ready, but you had such a wonderful discussion. I thank you all for having that discussion. That's the kind of things that I think people need to hear, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone else to be heard on agenda item 4.5? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to item, I guess the direction is we'll keep it on the agenda for the time being.
Understood.
Okay. That will move to agenda item 4.6, approve the downtown commercial grant program within the downtown Clearwater Community Redevelopment Area and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
I'm going to introduce Vicky Shire to present this particular item before you.
Good afternoon again, Vicky Shire, CRA Program Manager. The purpose of this agenda item is to request approval of the Downtown Commercial Grant Program within the Downtown CRA. This new program will replace all current business commercial grant programs available in Downtown CRA. Staff is recommending closing out the following grants: essential equipment, business renovation, economic recovery, facade, and vacancy reduction grants. The remaining balance of these programs will be allocated back to R2003 Economic Development City Fund, and a new program budget of $800,000 will be established for Downtown Clearwater Commercial Grant Program. The Downtown Clearwater Commercial Grant Program is designed to streamline the grant process, increase efficiency, and better serve the community. These changes will make it easier for the community members to apply for grants and for CRA staff to deliver better customer service. At this time, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions?
Well, I am thrilled. Having gone through this process myself and alongside other businesses like Clear Sky, Tequila's, Downtown Pizza, I am very appreciative of the staff making the appropriate changes for this grant. Some of the things that I'm especially want to focus on is the one user-friendly application, universal. That really cuts down on the confusion. Offering retroactive funding, thank you very much for that, as well as upfront funding on deposits with a 30-day payout goal. This to me says that, you are customer-centered, that you are listening to the community, and that your goal is customer satisfaction. And so I want to thank the staff for being so responsive to this need that's been going on for a long time. So thank you.
Councilmember Menino?
Yeah, I too, Councilwoman stole a little bit of my thunder, but I will follow up with it. I want to thank you and your staff for being responsive to community needs and what they're saying. Anytime we can find ways to streamline our processes, make them more efficient, and find ways to be more innovative, I think is a huge help. So I thank you for that and commend you, and look forward to this being very helpful to many businesses, and I'm sure they're excited as well.
Me too.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to item 4.6? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'm thrilled to make a motion to approve agenda item 4.6.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 4.7, move the November 18, 2024 meeting to November 4, 2024 at 1 p.m. Yeah, give us some
As
correction
Ms.
on that. Good, yeah, the reason.
I was going to say, this is the direction that was provided by council to staff.
It was my request.
Oh,
I was hoping to address the CRA trustees with a presentation on that day, and I have some guests, and that was the available date.
okay.
So I appreciate your flexibility.
Okay. Any objection? Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 4.7.
Second.
All right, before we vote, is there anyone here from the public desiring to speak to agenda item 4.7? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Move to item 5.1, July CRA Director's Report.
Yes, before I get into the director's report, I did want to request a special meeting for, I think it was, correct me, Rosemary left my notes over here, September the 4th. Is that the next?
There was no agenda item for this meeting to create a special meeting, but
I'm
you can
requesting
request that.
Yes, I'm requesting a special meeting on September the 4th to discuss a request for funding for an affordable housing deal. With that, staff is requesting that meeting. Don't have a particular time.
It would be at what, at 1 o'clock?
At 1 o'clock.
What date was that?
September 4th.
September the 4th.
have a DDB budget millage hearing that day?
On
You want to do it before the
Jesus,
DDB?
do you
or
want it on the
after?
3rd with the work session, or do you want it on the 4th for,
We can have it whichever one works better for the trustees and the council's schedules.
I wasn't given it a final date. I knew either one of them worked, so.
I would prefer the 4th alongside the DDB, because the 3rd is the exhibit, and I'm already stretched too thin on that day.
I'm fine.
I'm fine with the 4th.
You're okay with the 4th? Okay, so before or after the DDB meeting?
Probably before
The
it was.
DDB
After
meetings at
DDB's at
5.
5:01.
Yeah.
Because of the budget, do we want to schedule it before the DDB meeting?
It's probably what we'll have to do, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
I will coordinate with staff, with CRA staff. Would half hour be okay?
Half an hour is okay. It's okay.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and schedule it, since we have 5:01, let's schedule 4:30, and then we can meet then.
Yep.
Do we need a motion for that or anything?
So the motion will be to schedule a special meeting on September 4th at 4:30.
Is there such a motion?
Move to schedule a meeting on September 4th at 4:30 PM.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
As far as the rest of the director's report, you have it in your package there, and I know time is ticking away for you, and you have a very busy agenda. But I did have a wonderful team here that showed up today just in case to be your resource for your downtown discussion. I did want them to stand up and just kind of say hello. This is the Economic Development team and also some of the CRA team.
Very good, thank you.
I can tell you that since I've been the executive director here and also just working for the city manager, Ms. Jennifer Poirier here, that is, the urgency for the downtown and the all hands on deck mentality is there for us and the staff and also for the rest of the department. So we're here to serve you, and we're also here to serve the downtown community. And all of us working together, we're going to make a difference. I'm very positive on that. The team integration right now for the Economic Development and Housing team and the CRA staff is moving along very smoothly. We have implemented a few teams. We call them special teams, basically to start going after opportunities in the downtown and the rest of the city in general. So I'm not going to go into all the details today, but since you do have this as an ongoing agenda item for the downtown revitalization, we'll start to bring you more information, data, and basically what we hear from the community, we'll try to bring it to you as well. Because that staff is basically complete with the report.
Any questions for the director?
I just have, I just wanted to thank the staff for involving the community in actually having them vote for the artist for the Mercado. I think that was a very concrete way to involve the community and make them have some sense of ownership, so I appreciate the effort for that.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. So nobody run off here, but we're getting ready to adjourn this meeting and then goes directly into the pension meeting. And then we'll take a 5-minute break after that before we convene the work session. So give some of the staff a chance to switch things over for that meeting. So with that, we'll adjourn the meeting of the Community Redevelopment Agency. This time I'll call to order the August 12, 2024 meeting of the City of Clearwater Pension Trustees. This time we move to item 2.1 on the agenda, approve the minutes of the June 17, 2024 Pension Trustees meeting as submitted in written summation by the city clerk.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 2.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. This time we move to item 3 on the agenda, citizens to be heard regarding items not on the agenda. Are there any citizens here today to be heard? Seeing none, we'll move to item 4.1 on the agenda.
Determine trustees' expected rate of return for pension plan investments for the current year, each of the next several years, and for the long term thereafter in accordance with Florida Statutes 112.66, Pren 9.
Good afternoon, trustees. Jay Ravens, Finance Director. This item is requesting the trustees' determination of an expected rate of investment return for the pension plan for the current year, each of the next several years, and for the long term thereafter, as required by Florida statutes on an annual basis. Staff is recommending the plan's current actuarial assumption of a 6.5% rate of return, net of investment fees, as the trustees' expected rate of return for the current year, next year, and for the years thereafter. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Ravens? Anyone here from the public desire to be heard with regard to agenda item 4.1? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 4.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 4.2.
Approve the new hires for acceptance into the pension plan as listed.
Good afternoon, Tiffany Macris, Human Resources Director. I'm available if there are any questions on this item.
Any questions? Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.2? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 4.3.
Approve the following requests of Carl Conyers, Police Department, Gerard Grace, Parks and Recreation Department, Timothy Kurtz, Public Works Department, Robert Lazaro Jr., Police Department, James Jim McCauley, Gas Department, and Barry Slack, Public Utilities Department, for a regular pension as provided by Section 2.416 and 2.424 of the Employees Pension Plan.
Again, available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.3? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 4.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 4.4.
Mayor, I'll take this one. So item 4.4 has to do with some updates to the rules regulating the pension plan. There are some statutory changes that went into effect recently. I know the members of the Pension Advisory Committee, such as Councilmember Teixeira, have already gotten to hear this, but I have to hear it again. So in short, when an employee applies for a disability pension, whether it is through the City of Clearwater's plan or any other municipal plan, the eligibility for that disability pension depends on several factors. One of them has to do with what type of job they have. So in Clearwater, we call certain jobs hazardous, and we call other jobs non-hazardous. That's the language that's in our code. Police and fire are considered hazardous. In addition to that, the legislature has some rules, which they've changed over the years, relating to either minimum eligibility requirements, minimum benefits that must be paid, et cetera. To summarize, recent changes relating specifically to firefighters now state that if a firefighter applies for a disability pension and the firefighter has been diagnosed with cancer, the pension plan is required to treat that firefighter as having incurred cancer in the line of duty. Now, this does not necessarily imply that the person is disabled or is not disabled, but we are required by law to presume, and conclusively so, that any cancer diagnosis was incurred as part of their line of duty service. So in other words, if a firefighter does come forward with an application for a disability pension, and if the person has a cancer diagnosis, whatever their condition is in the line of duty, if that makes sense. That makes a difference from the benefits calculation standpoint. As far as actuarial impact to the plan, this does not happen very often, so I'm not anticipating any significant actuarial impact in the big picture. Hopefully I don't have to eat my words on that later. But as far as the rules are concerned, when the Pension Advisory Committee presides over these disability cases, they need to apply the correct rules. I actually deferred this conversation a little bit because I was waiting to see if the Department of Management Services would implement some statewide administrative regulations on this. they did not. And so since they did not, each municipal plan essentially is having to do this on our own, which is fine. So I have made this new version of the PAC manual to accommodate the statutory changes. That said, happy to answer any questions. And as Councilmember Teixeira knows, we've already discussed this at the PAC meeting, but it is now coming formally before the trustees.
Any questions regarding agenda item 4.4? Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 4.4? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve agenda item 4.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. This time I will adjourn the meeting of the Pitchen trustees, and we will convene the work session in 5 minutes.
then we got caught.
This time I'll call to order the August 12th, 2024 meeting of the City of Clearwater work session. This time we'll move to item 2.1 on the agenda.
Approve State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program Annual Report and Local Housing Incentive Certification for the closeout year 2021-2022.
Thank you, Chuck Lane, Economic Development and Housing Department. So we're required to submit an annual report of the city's use of the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program funds. We're required to report on a closeout year and also to report limited information on one interim year. So SHIP is a unique funding source. It requires us to meet several set-asides. We call them buckets. Projects often apply to more than one bucket. So the buckets are, we have to spend 30% of the funds on households earning 50% of area median income or below, 30% on households at 80% of area median income and below, 20% on households with special needs, 75% on construction projects, whether new construction or rehab, and 65% of the funds on home ownership. So it's very difficult to fill all these buckets in every year. So what this program allows us to do is keep 3 years open so we can shift expenses from one year to another. If we're high in one bucket in one year and low in another, we can move expenses to match it out. Each year we close out the oldest of those 3 years. So the closeout year is 2021-22. Our allocation that year was just over $800,000, and we earned another $1 million plus in program income. We carried over a negative balance of about $7,000. Our total funding for that year was $1,845,274. So of that, the city spent a total of $1,782,436 to assist 68 households using the strategies in our local housing assistance plan. So of that, we spent about $271,000 on purchase assistance, about $442,000 on owner-occupied rehabilitation, about $706,000 on construction of 4 new single-family homes, and about $363,000 to rehabilitate 48 multifamily units. Additionally, we spent about $108,000 on program administration. The city's SHIP program will carry a negative balance of $45,096.71 into the next fiscal year, which is fiscal year 22-23, and that will be closed out this time next year. So for the interim year, which is 22-23, the city received an allocation of $1,127,930. We had an additional $772,000 in program income for a total of $1,900,504 in available funds for the interim year. All of these funds are spent or encumbered at this time. That is a requirement of the SHIP program, that the interim year funds are spent or encumbered at the time of this report. There are 2 corrections that need to be made to the summary section of the agenda narrative for this item and those corrections will be made prior to Thursday's meeting. In the last paragraph, the amount $1,782,697.94 will be changed to $1,782,436.32, and the correct amount to be carried over to FY 22-23, as I mentioned earlier, as a negative balance of $45,096.71. I'll take any questions, please. Lots of numbers. Apologies for that.
Any questions for Mr. Lane? Thank you.
Got one more.
Agenda item 2.2.
Appoint 11 members to the 2024 Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
So as a recipient of SHIP funds, as we talked earlier, we're required by Florida statutes to assemble an Affordable Housing Advisory Committee every year. This committee is tasked with reviewing land use policies such as ordinances, regulations, zoning and development standards, and any other things we have in place that might affect the cost to build housing. The committee's objective is to identify potential barriers and incentives that might impact a developer's decision of whether or not to build affordable housing. We use the committee's input annually to update our local housing incentive strategy report. Staff will ask council to accept that strategy report in December at the conclusion of the committee's work. So the committee is comprised of 7 members, consistent with statute. 7 of the seats are filled by the members of our current Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board. 3 of the remaining 4 seats are filled by people meeting specific criteria according to the state statutes. Of those 3 members, 1 is an essential services representative. This seat will be filled by Cherie DeBlair. She's an associate provost at St. Petersburg College. 1 seat is a residential home builder. That will be filled by Rick Vale from Habitat for Humanity of Pinellas and West Pasco counties. And 1 seat represents a local planning agency. So staff interprets a local planning agency seat to be filled by someone on the Community Development Board. On August 8th, the CDB nominated Michael Boutsikis to fill this seat. He's actually sat in the seat before, so it's a good pick, I think. The remaining seat must be filled by a member of council. Earlier this year, the council appointed Councilmember Menino to participate in the workshops led by the SHIP administration in Tallahassee. And those workshops are geared exclusively towards the local elected official that serves on the advisory committees throughout the state. So this is your opportunity to keep him in that role or to appoint another member of the council if you wish. I'll take questions.
I served on that for 2 years, and I think Councilmember Menino would be correct.
And I thoroughly enjoyed the workshop, so I'll gladly fill that
No,
seat.
it's a really important committee and work, and a good group, mix of folks throughout our community. Affordable housing is a very difficult challenge, as we all know, in not just Clearwater, Pinellas County, but a lot of really good ideas and good people on this committee, and it's very helpful to have them work on this. So.
Yeah, our allocation this year is about $900,000. The state is sharp enough to know that that's not going to carry the water. That's not going to, fix this affordability issue. So what this committee does is they're tasked with trying to shift policy, and that's really how you can move the needle with this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Important group. Any questions for Mr. Ryan?
No, I thank you for sitting down with me and answering any questions I had and throwing me way more information than I probably needed, but I prefer that. And I did enjoy it. I wasn't joking. To sit in that workshop and have leaders from all over our state and not just our region, and to hear how they face this challenge that we all face and what's working for them, what's not. Obviously, all our areas are different and how we can tackle those challenges. And it was informative, and I enjoyed it. But thank you for getting me ready for it.
sure.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Move to agenda item 3.1.
Approve first amendment to the venue license agreement between the city and Ruth Eckerd Hall.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Art Cater, Parks and Recreation Director. The item before you today is the First Amendment of the venue license agreement between the city and Ruth Eckerd Hall. The original agreement was approved on December 8th, 2022, with a grand opening of the park on June 28th, which I'm sure most of you or all of you were there. On March 7th of this year, the City Council approved the naming rights agreement between Baycare Health Systems, Inc. and the city, naming the venue the Baycare Sound. Staff is currently working with Baycare to actually put the signage in that would give the appropriate recognition to Baycare. The Baycare Sound has been in operation for just over a year. During the first year of operation, both the city and Ruth Eckerd Hall have recognized a need to amend the original agreement to provide for clarification and definition of some of the operational issues that we have faced. Most of the contractual amendments that you see today are actually in operation now. There are operational standards that we've developed and we are using right now. This just basically puts it into the agreement. Staff has provided an attachment to the agenda entitled Term Sheet Between the City and Ruth Eckerd Hall that addresses 12 key terms of the agreement. We'd be happy to answer any questions regarding that or anything else on the amendment, but I would like to take just a little bit more time to share with you one of those, the first one, which has to do with the utilities. Ruth Eckerd Hall has always been aware of the fact that they are responsible to pay for all utilities of the venue. And this amendment will address exactly what they are paying for and clarify their responsibility for the venue. They are responsible for 100% of the electrical costs, the stormwater fees, the water, sewer, and wastewater for the restroom that is on the hill. They are responsible for 50% of the water, sewer, wastewater costs for the main building restrooms and the vendor area plaza / green in the park. This decision was made, or basically negotiated, because the 2 meters servicing these facilities are commingled with city use. So the city and Ruth Eckerd Hall are using the same meters. Since neither of the city or the Ruth Eckerd Hall will exceed the minimum usage charge for these 2 meters, the cost is being shared 50-50. In other words, one of the meters is a 2-inch meter. You can get 235,000, the minimum is 235,000 gallons a month. The most we have ever used thus far is around 65,000 gallons. So we're just never going to be able to go over that. So that means that the bill, we will know what the bill is every month, basically, as we go forward. Also, they're responsible for 25% of the trash compactor, as the city really is the primary user of that. We use it 365 days a year. That's where we put all of our trash and debris, and they basically use it for their events, which are really 35 events per year, hopefully many more than that. Since Ruth Eckerd Hall allows the city to use the restrooms in the main area, as you know, again, those restrooms are open 365 days a year, with the exception of the time when they're having an event. Basically, our staff goes in there, opens them up, cleans the restrooms, services the restrooms, stocks the restrooms. Because Ruth Eckerd Hall basically pays for the electricity over that, and the difficulty in just trying to figure out going from what the city's use to going to Ruth Eckerd Hall use, we are proposing that the city pay for basically those paper goods and the goods in the restroom. Operationally, this just works best for everybody. On another item in the agreement, section 3.5, Ruth Eckerd Hall has agreed to meet the city's naming rights obligations to provide 10 highest price tickets per event to Baycare Sound. This will save the city approximately $56,000 per year. Staff in Ruth Eckerd Hall are supportive of this amendment, as it will provide for a more stable business model that allows Ruth Eckerd Hall to operate the venue as successful as they can, providing quality entertainment for the community of citizens of Clearwater, while at the same time allows the citizens to enjoy many of the amenities of the venue when not in use by Ruth Eckerd Hall. With that, I would like to introduce Susan Crockett, President and CEO of Ruth Eckerd Hall, and for her presentation, her annual presentation report, and also any comments she might have on the amendment if she wants to. After she has completed her presentation, we will be available to answer any questions that you might have regarding this amendment. Susan.
Good afternoon. Susan Crockett, Ruth Eckerd Hall. Thank you, Mayor, council members. So proud to be here and to share with you our report on the first year of the Baycare Sound. I originally was supposed to be out of town, so we actually did a video report, and so I'd like to play that for you if you'd bear with me.
It was the summer of 2021, and Clearwater imagined this incredible waterfront venue. The City Council spoke of an active downtown, economic development, an income opportunity, that would raise Clearwater's profile even higher in the region and beyond. It was a bold move to move forward. The city's consultant had projected they would lose $2 million a year operating it, but the council knew that the right partner could deliver. And we listened. We heard you very clearly. You said, launch a vibrant venue.
We grew up here. We've lived here for over 40 years, and happy to see the city's done something with this area. It's a great venue. We're loving it. It's nice and cool. There's a breeze off the water.
It's incredible what they've done. Thank you, folks. It's fantastic to see the city of Clearwater invest in something so beautiful, and I think it's really going to be helpful for the community for many years to come.
The sound caters to everyone, you know, to the little, I see little kids there. It's a great location. Oh my God, you can't beat that sunset. And it's crazy how people are coming from all over Florida to go to this music venue.
Provide what is needed to run it. Carry all of the financial risk. Ease the debt service. Be true to the city's sustainability plan. Be community inclusive. Drive activity downtown.
It's nice to see just the foot traffic and the life that comes when there's an event at the Sound, and what that brings to our businesses. Those restaurants are packed on nights where there's an event taking place.
I would say we probably benefit one of the most probably by the opening of the Sound. Since it's been built, I would say we've probably seen between a 25 and 30% increase. I would say that our ridership from Dunedin probably has grown the most, and they're going to these concerts.
Impact Clearwater's economy.
As a partnership, we're enjoying it. I think for guests who are staying at the hotel, particularly those on the weekend, it's great to have another venue so close. Certainly one that they can easily access either via the ferry or just, quick drive over the bridge.
So having the Sound right here in the heart of downtown Clearwater in our destination is amazing, and it's provided us the opportunity to really tell people around the world that we have the premier outdoor waterfront music venue in the world. It really gives travelers one more opportunity and one more amenity when they're looking for a vibrant experience.
You know what I love about the Sound and what I love about Ruth Eckerd Hall being the managing partner is the way that Ruth Eckerd Hall and its board and staff and community volunteers support our community and bringing that to downtown. I think that's part of what makes the Sound such a precious asset are the people that are behind the scenes.
And that commitment continues because we're only just getting started. Ruth Eckerd Hall plans to invest $2.5 million over the next 12 months to mitigate usage costs and to provide a more enhanced experience for attendees. This includes engineering a sunshade, which will protect the audience from the glare, a house audio and video system, which will help lower costs for organizations to use the venue, and the installation of 3 semi-permanent LED screens. That will bring Ruth Eckerd Hall's total investment in the Bay Care Sound to $4.5 million. It has been a whirlwind from 6 short months to launch this venue to just a year later being ranked number 4 in the country. We are grateful for the cooperation and support of the city staff that have been with us on these first steps of the journey. And I could not be more proud of our team and of our partnership. Congratulations, Clearwater. You are even more bright and beautiful with the Bay Care Sound.
you just bear with me for just a couple more minutes. I know that was a long video, but we're very proud of what's occurred down in that beautiful waterfront property. I want to take a moment just to touch on the long partnership. I've been with Ruth Eckerd Hall so many years, I think everybody knows about our partnership. And I often need to be reminded that this long history not everyone is aware of. Ruth Eckerd Hall just celebrated 40 years of operation, but our partnership with the city actually goes back to 45 years, back to 1978, when that property was donated to the city for a performing arts center to be built. And you may not be aware of this, but the city council at that time was very hesitant to accept the donation because they weren't about to build a performing arts center. We had a council member, Carlene DeBlaker, who actually championed it, and a group of private citizens that came together and said they would raise the money to build Ruth Eckerd Hall. And they took $5 million loan out, which the city and Largo and Dunedin and a private company helped back. And they raised the additional the 11 million additional that was needed. And I was fortunate to be there when they burned that mortgage a few years ago, many years ago, actually. That land was waterfront also, but it was swampy and not the choicest parcel. And if you fast forward now, it's 40 years later, and Ruth Eckerd Hall is consistently ranked in the top 10 nationwide with notables such as Atlanta's Fox Theater, Radio City Music Hall, and Nashville's Ryman Auditorium. In 2009, we expanded our partnership with Saving the Capitol Theater. This landmark reopened 10 years ago, and it far exceeds the 100 shows a year that we promised. The Billheimer Capitol is frequently ranked #1 in Florida for venues under 800 seats. Even more impressive is that we have achieved the success in one of the most competitive markets in the country. In the music industry, our venues are synonymous with Clearwater. We often hear from our guests, our visitors, our tours, "Oh, you're playing Ruth Eckerd Hall? You'll love Clearwater." Or they'll say, "Oh, your tour is stopping in Clearwater? You'll love Ruth Eckerd Hall." It's synonymous, and we're well on our way with the Baycare Sound. We want to thank you for trusting us with, as Councilwoman Teixeira says, your baby. She's become our baby too, and the toddler has a bright future ahead. I have my executive team here and our board chair, Debbie White, and happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Questions from the council?
I have
Councilmember
some
Cobb?
questions. I don't know if you want to stay up here, Suzanne, or if Mr. Cater wants to come up and answer some of these questions, mostly coming from 2.2 subsection H, splitting these costs of the 50% for the 2.5-inch line, 50% for the 1.5-inch line, and then the 25% trash. I think you made it clear with the trash, so that makes sense. You referenced the main building for that 2.5-inch line, Mr. Cater. What exactly is the main building that we're
Well,
talking
the
about?
main building is actually the theater, the entire structure there.
Okay.
The water that would go in there goes into the main restrooms. It also goes into the kitchen that's there. It goes into any other water that's used at the venue itself.
Understood. The one bathroom, I think we all know that I'm the parks bathroom guy. The one bathroom that's out by the child's recreation area, is that on a separate meter or is that tied into one of these meters?
That is on a separate meter.
That is on a separate meter?
Yes.
Okay. Here's one of the big reasons that I have an issue with this, because being the bathroom guy, I did not even realize, council member no less, that the bathroom in Baycare Sound was open to the public during the week. I knew the one by the park was, the kids' play area. And the reason I bring that up is because it seems like the city and taxpayers are being asked to pay for this when, yes, it's high availability. It's open 365 days. Well, not even that, truly, unless you have a ticket to each time they're coming to play. Then it would be open to you 365 days. But really, it's a high availability with a low volume. How many people maybe use that restroom a week? I don't know if we have that data or those metrics to be able to see what we're doing outside of a ticketed event.
Mm-hmm.
The adverse there is we're closing it down to the public for only those people that have tickets. So the volume has now increased, yet the people that can use it are only the ticketed people. It seems like the city and the taxpayers that aren't going down there shouldn't have to supplement that, if I'm being honest. So that's why I think that, to my understanding, we do have those 2 metering systems, but that's where I'm having some issues right now. So I don't know if you can clear it up for me, Mr. Cater, or Ms. Crockett, you can?
Well, I'm not sure if I can, but I will try to. The restrooms are open, like I said, 360, you didn't know that, okay? But and maybe we need to do a better job in putting signage in the park. They are open, but they have been open. But take, for example, last Saturday, Market Marie.
For sure.
Those restrooms are used by everybody that came to Market Marie. I mean, they have all the venues set up there, and those restrooms are used to those things. The Veterans Day, any event that we have in the park there uses those restrooms. And according to, I think, the contract, they don't have to necessarily have us use those. And if we had to, for example, we looked at ways to split the meters, but if you split the meters, then we both have a 2-inch meter we got to pay for.
Yeah.
And so it just made all the sense in the world for me to basically split that, because we're not anywhere near the minimum, going over the minimum amount that we have. So we do use those restrooms quite a bit. I know Chris is here. He can share with you some of the other events and activities we have out there. Our staff cleans them every day out there. We also stock those restrooms every day.
So that's actually going into another question that I have because of item 3.8, talking about those restrooms and the taxpayers now being asked to completely stock those paper products and clean those bathrooms. Is that not already happening? Who's paying
Correct.
for the paper
They have
products?
not paid for, no, they have not paid for that. And there again, they are paying 100% of the electricity to keep the air conditioning on in those restrooms 365 days a year. So I think it's a trade-off. At least that's what we negotiated and looked at.
Okay, and I assume that you know that dollar amount, and it does work out that way.
As far, yes.
Okay. I would be interested to know what the dollar amounts are with that 50-50-25 breakdown, because a percentage is just that. And I still believe that even though we do have the Market Marie, that we do have the facilities open 7 days a week. I think that when you're having multiple ticketed events, for instance, the 9th, 1,900 people, the 10th, 1,900 people, and the 11th, 1,100 people, actually just over those numbers, that was bringing more usage in than what our Market Marie used and what all these other ones. So I don't want necessarily people that love the park but aren't utilizing it to be on the hook for something that Ruth Eckerd Hall is taking a profit in and could rightfully pay for. So I just want to make sure that if the numbers make sense, they make sense, but it's hard for me to see that when I don't have the capital improvements from, I've looked multiple times, I cannot find what Ruth Eckerd Hall's capital improvements or their spending is for those types of things online to even try and make my own determination if this would be feasible. It just makes me very apprehensive.
Okay.
Other questions? Councilmember Menino?
First, thank you, and thank you to your staff. What an absolutely beautiful venue. I don't think anybody would walk down to Coachman Park and walk away with anything other than beauty. We've thoroughly enjoyed having it and attending concerts down there. Recognizing number 9 in the world and number 4 in the nation, and just one calendar year is impressive. So, as a board, we can scrutinize things. It's only for accountability, I think, for both sides of a long-standing relationship and very respected. But that's an awesome honor. So congratulations to you and your staff, and we're fortunate in Clearwater to call that home in our backyard. Some of the simple things that I had some questions about were, is there any future plans on additional restrooms, or how do we handle that? Only ask that some of the larger shows in that 8,000 and above number, which is probably really pushing our limits in there. Yeah. We've had quite a bit of feedback on limitations to facilities. And thank you for the beautiful screens. We saw that during Stormbringer and the Black Honkies the other night. I think early in the year, there were complaints of if we're sitting in the grass, can't really see much, boy, some screens would be beautiful. And voila, there they are, and they are gorgeous, and it did make a big difference when you're in that back grass area to see the show on those screens, so I thank you for those amenities. So bathrooms were definitely a question, if there's anything in the future to change that.
Our operating protocol now is that if we're going over 5,000, that we bring portalettes in. Now, if you get up to 8,000, what we saw the other day is that we need more.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of finding the right place to put it because it has to be on a level ground, has to be accessible for ADA, and, you know, the park is not exactly level. So there's some challenges there, but we supplement with portalettes.
Also, I mean, all of us are probably in the same boat where we would say, boy, I wish every single show that we went to down there was sold out and it was mobbed with people. Probably not realistic for a brand new venue, just opening doors, and gets a little warm in the summers outside, so I can understand. Can you speak briefly to some of the challenge as is a new venue opening doors and how you facilitate talent into those shows?
Yeah, actually, if I could bring Bobby Rossi up, who's our Executive Vice President of Entertainment. This is his expertise. He does a better job than I do.
Good afternoon, Bobby Rossi, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here.
So just to repeat, the question was, can you briefly tell us some of the challenges that it comes with opening the gates to a brand new venue on how you start facilitating talent in shows in, because we obviously all want sellouts every single event. Probably not realistic, but is it realistic year 2? Is it realistic year 3? What are some of those challenges?
Sure. We certainly hope so. We certainly hope that attendance increases every year, as we mentioned in the past. Like any new venue, especially opening in the summer, as we've continued year 1, actually having parts of 2 summers. There is the touring industry for these mid-sized venues is mostly summertime. As more and more are built, including the Sound, and especially in the southern part of the country, it's our job to influence tourists to come all year long, and that's a big part of our ranking, because most people would think that there's other venues in this area that seem to be more busy, yet the statistics show that in 12 months or in 11 months, as we've done shows last year, that we can produce shows throughout from basically October to May when the rest of the country is closed. So certainly opening the dead of summer in Florida with a new venue, late in the game because of when we got were able to start booking, we did, we reached and exceeded the expectations that we promised. And our tiered strategy is to think about like any new business in year 2, 3, 4 is when you're going to see hopefully the changes in not only our business but also in the country with an election and with what's going on worldwide, how it influences like any business over a 5-year period. St. Augustine Amphitheater was our model, our stepsister property up in the north, as we call them. We looked at their model in a very similar town, a tourist town, with an enormous population of visitors, and where they struggled, where they succeeded, and what they learned in all the years. And we proposed into the two studies that we provided with the city back then, one from University of Florida and one from Ticketmaster, showing how this venue became one of the greatest in the country. They're just a notch ahead of us in the voting, but very similar in a bedroom community to a larger community like Tampa, them being Jacksonville, and how we can speak in block book and speak to bands and speak to artists about coming at a time of year that breaks the model, very similar to what we've done at Ruth Eckerd Hall, as we've had the busiest summers compared to the first 20 years of the venue. Florida's changed, and with that, the touring industry has changed. So we hope that our model of that sweet spot, as we promised, that 3,000 to 4,000, that's kind of what was the nucleus of building the property. And certainly we've done shows that have exceeded that on a lot of the occasions of the first 35 last year. But at the same time, we know that it's also a place where we can grow artists that don't necessarily want to play indoors. And OER is a great example, Michael Franti is a great example, that they love playing outdoors. And so if they come in and do 2,200 the first year, we hope that they'll do 3,200 the second year, and then eventually get to 5,000, 6,000, and create more of the environment that's most conducive to their audience. Excuse me. So absolutely, we're hoping that incrementally the numbers this year in year 2 are up proportionately, but certainly I think the average was right in the spot of just under 4,000, I believe, was it, in year 1 with the average, which is again what we promised in very, not in very favorable conditions, quite honestly, opening in the better parts of 2 summers, so. But certainly our winter business, which is something that very few can do in this entire country, we've shown through January, February, March. We have already a bunch of shows in the books we'll be announcing. We already have 18 shows confirmed for the 3rd year, which will be a great sign. And then we have shows already held into 2026. So word of mouth is going to be enormous for us. We have, as Susan mentioned, enormous competition in this market for everything, not just venues, but beaches, spring training, theme parks, casinos, sporting events. It's not just about the concerts. So we're super aggressive. We had 6 partners last year on the shows. As I mentioned, when we thankfully made our presentation to be the presenter of choice, that we would work and be an open venue, open to any to all. So we've worked with all major promoters and independent promoters that have come in year 1. They have great things to say about the venue, and that infectious commentary is what brings artists back. And we've got to keep that with all of our amenities in the building, from the first person you come across to the actual brick and mortar, to the bathrooms, to the sound, to the video screens. That's what keeps them coming back. And every edge we can have in that area is going to help us bring them back and make the experience better each time.
Understood, and thank you. And if you don't mind, I don't want to take up too much more time. But just one more, maybe Mr. Cater or even the city attorney can answer. I did have some questions regarding the amendment when it discusses food and vendor sales outside of the venue. Is that outside of the gates? What does that consist
It
of?
allows it based on the city manager may approve that if requested by Ruth Eckerd Hall. She has the ability to approve that now. Before, she did not.
So does that mean like on a 4th of July holiday, or if we're having a Veterans Day festival, that Ruth Eckerd Hall can have beer and food vendors outside of the, is that what that's, what does
I don't know that they would request that. I
Yeah.
doubt seriously
I'm just
they
wondering
would want
what-
to. It just allows that. It allows that in the future.
And outside the gates being the gate behind the view, the gate that's there where we put some food trucks sometimes, we would have food and vendor sales outside of that
No,
gate?
it's the permanent fence, the permanent gates, the fencing that is around the venue.
Correct.
That is the venue that Ruth Eckerd Hall has, according to this contract. The attorney may correct that, but that is where they right now vend. And then this allows them to go outside those gates if the city manager approves that.
Okay.
I don't have anything to add
Yeah.
to that.
No.
Unless there are specific questions for me.
Yeah, that was my specific question. I just didn't know what the point of that was or what the need would be.
I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. I think what we changed in the amendment is right now we have exclusivity, and we said for city events, if there are things that you want to give away for free, or if you want to do your own catering, that was something that came up with Parks and Rec, that there's cost savings if Chris wants to run and get a platter from Publix for your event.
Right.
That now is in the amendment, that we're waiving exclusivity on that piece of it. But we typically would not vend outside. I mean, we could if we at request, but we typically would not vend outside the gates.
Yeah, I think that's why it caught me as odd, but yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Next.
I've already gone once, I can go again when ready.
Councilman Teixeira, you have a couple
So-
questions first? I'll come back to you after.
No, that's fine.
So, not to repeat what's been said already before, so I'm going to focus on something completely different. First of all, thank you for the presentation as well, the visuals as well as the video. And you did a great job going over all the tangible data. But I want to just remind everybody of the intangibles. And for me, it's been very personal because this has been, something that I've been fighting for the first time I heard it from Zeb, remember? 10 years ago, 11 years ago, and I thought at that moment, at that time, it was impossible. The hurdles that we had to go through. The idea of our downtown having an amphitheater with music on that beautiful waterfront, to me, was unattainable. So when I'm thinking of intangible benefits to having this amphitheater, I'm thinking of things that you can't put numbers on. And that is, if I could describe to you my downtown 3 years ago, I would not be able to tell you that there was young people in cowboy boots looking beautiful, eating at Clear Sky and then going to a concert. That was not something I would ever be able to see. Or like UB40's concert, a grandfather, a mother, both parents and the children in the same concert. Thousands of people in downtown, diverse people. Those are things that you can't put a value to. Every time I hear that we rank highly, number 4, 9, whatever, awards from the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, that's intangible benefits because that is positive PR for our city that you can't put a number on. The idea that anybody from out of Tampa region comes to our downtown, to me, that alone was something that I couldn't fathom 5 years ago. So I understand and I appreciate all the numbers, and I understand and I appreciate all the concerns, and wanting to delve into the numbers and how are we achieving everything. Let's remind ourselves this is the first year, and it is a performance arts venue. If we compare it to all others, we would have expected to take at least 2-3 years to get real numbers. But for the first year, in my mind, the value that you brought to our city is priceless. And I want that on record.
Vice Mayor?
Okay. Well, I have to say exactly what Lena has said. Going back, there was so many decisions made with this music venue that could have gone bad, it could have gone the other way. We had a consultant that we brought in that said, oh, you should never have more than 2,500 seats. I was talking to Bobby last night. And we all sat up there and said, wait a minute, that's not right. But, we had a consultant telling us that. And I'm glad we did the 4,000 under roof. That was the first hurdle. And then every year, every time we talked about this venue, we talked about losing $2.5 million a year for the first 5 years. It was just going to be a money pit. But all of us thought that the benefits of this would offset that because it would bring people downtown, exactly what Lena just said. That is a benefit that is an intangible benefit to having that there. To me, that was one of the biggest reasons. And Ruth Eckerd fought for this, Your previous CEO, he had the vision and nobody had it. And because I remember before he was even on council, being in the Clearwater Downtown Partnership, and he'd come in and rail about, oh, we need to have this big venue down there. And I'm like, really? Is that possible? So we've gone through so many decisions. And then last night, I have to go to every one of them because I'm just blown away. I love it. Last night, Bobby spent a lot of time with me last night talking about it. I said, well, are you bothered that this is not all full? He goes, well, no, this is kind of a giveaway kind of concert to bring people in. You got to look at that kind of thing. A lot of people, and I talk to people all the time that say, I say, hey, have you been down to the Sound? Oh, no, I haven't been down there yet. You got to go down. You live in Clearwater, you got to go down. And, even if you live outside of Clearwater, you go down. Even if you live somewhere in Florida, you have to go down. And we attract people outside of Florida that come down because they hear about it. It is just an unbelievable place that we've developed here. And I see that after our first year, what you all have done, that was another decision. It was a decision to bring Ruth Eckerd in, and we could have gone with Live Nation. We could have done it ourselves, and I thought, that ain't going to happen. but you guys have pulled it off. I like what money you're putting into it. You're making it better every concert, and what you've done the first year is, I think, outstanding. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. So normally I would not comment on any of this, but only because Councilmember Menino did ask a question that I'm not sure in conversation with him was answered. So I will answer his question. His question, if I understood correctly, is on the physical footprint, and particularly when it comes to the dispensation of food and beverage and what that physical footprint looks like, if I heard correctly. Okay. So just for a little bit of context, and I think especially for the benefit of new council members, when this agreement was negotiated by the previous city manager in 2022, the park was not done yet, right? It was still under construction. And so there was a little bit of uncertainty as to exactly where that inner and outer parameter should lie when it comes to ticketed versus non-ticketed areas. There were a lot of those early discussions over where Ruth Eckerd could set up the food and the beverage. And so I remember sitting there listening to all of this, but the key thing is that the park wasn't done. It was still very much early stages of construction. And so at that point in time, the best that could be done was enter into an agreement that was based on the site plan as it was known, as it had been approved, and based on the schematics that we had available, and then all the details kind of had to be populated later. This revision or this amendment to the agreement includes Exhibit F, which now includes the fully finished park, because now the park's actually done. Now it's actually built. So the Exhibit F shows the red outline, which is the permanent fencing, the green outline, the temporary fencing. However, as I understand it, and we'll defer certainly to Mr. Cater and Ms. Crockett on this, there have been conversations about what might happen for certain types of events where food or beverage might need to be distributed for one reason or another outside of that perimeter. I do not know personally what circumstances those might be. I did not negotiate this contract, was not the lead on this, so we'll definitely defer to staff. But I think the gravamen of it is now that the park is done, we now know what the general footprint needs to look like. But at the same time, the intent, as I understand it, is to provide flexibility in case the city manager decides on a case-by-case basis that there may be some need to have food or beverage dispensed by Ruth Eckerd outside of that perimeter. So at least that's how I've understood it. But again, we'll defer to staff and to Ruth Eckerd because I was not present for a lot of these conversations.
Okay, Councilmember Cotton.
Yeah, I'd like to say, because obviously I didn't start this off, it's almost like I just came out of the gate hard on you guys. I am proud of you all as well for getting number 4 and 9. I put it on social media, like, let's start there. But it's going to get dark again because I'm going to ask some more questions after Bobby brought them up. And that was, and listen, I'm not naive to think that you're going to come in the first year and just, get 50 shows out of the 35 that were contracted. But do we know how many shows within that first year that you guys did put on in the sound? What is that number?
Well, it's a little of a mixed bag because we originally were doing it by our fiscal year, and then the city manager pointed out that it's this calendar year.
Gotcha.
So we will fulfill our obligation for this calendar year.
Road bumps, again, no big deal.
So that's 35, yeah.
Okay. The next question.
You want the numbers on that?
Sir?
Commissioner?
If you've got it, that'd be awesome.
Council member. I think, Chris, do you have them? Yeah. Mr. Cook has them, and we have them. Actually, I was going to share this at the budget meeting come this Wednesday.
The 4th.
We're going to share a lot of that information.
Okay, no problem. We can save it for the 4th then, if that's going to be there and it's going to be addressed. I'm 36 years old. I have been excited about 4 shows. I think we need to get into that dynamic. I can tell you that I have sisters that are 4 years, 6 years, and 18 years younger than me. Not one of them once has showed interest or want to come down to the sound. So I think that we need to start trying to get younger crowds involved. I think that we have a good standard of hitting this is going to sound terrible because I just noted how young I am, but I think we're hitting that 50 and up market probably really well. I would be interested, I'm very data driven, right? I know that you guys are investing into the sound and those types of things. If you could somehow get me those operational numbers, what it is for the operational costs that you're putting into Ruth Eckerd Hall, Capitol Theater, and the sound. Data is power, right? So when somebody asks me why we're up here spending X number of dollars on a venue, then either I can defend it or, like I'm already doing, ask those tough questions and kind of be the bad guy. Even though I love you guys, like it seems like you've done great, right? And I think there are rooms for improvement. Again, it would be naive to think that you're going to come right out of the gate, hit all markets, all age groups, and it's just going to be stellar. That would have been amazing, but I get it. There's growth. The word's got to spread, like you said, word of mouth, and then artists talking about it, right, to other artists, and it just growing that way. So I think I beat you guys up enough tonight.
Well, if I can just answer some of the question, we do about $1.7 million at Ruth Eckerd Hall, that facility in capital improvements, taking care of the facility a year. At the Billheimer Capitol, it's about $100,000 on average, but now we're at the 10-year mark. So that building is, it needs some other investment. We're replacing the chairs. We just finished, we just put in the expansion. I mean, so there's about, in the last 5 years, we put about $26 million into Ruth Eckerd Hall. And then we'll be doing at least another $1.5 million in the Capitol Theater coming up. And in this venue, we have put in, I believe it was $2.1 million in the first 12 months. We just bought the screens, and then we're looking at this, and lighting. Looking at the sound system will be $1.3 million. So our total investment in the sound will be about $4.5 million. And I'm happy to answer any,
No, I appreciate that.
the other numbers, yes.
The data you gave there for
Yeah.
just the Ruth Eckerd Hall, the Capitol Theater improvements, I mean, that speaks volumes to what you're doing for a city-owned building that you guys are taking care of, right? So it's that type of thing that once I have that type of knowledge and data, if somebody's coming to me with any type of concern, I can say, well, they're being
Right.
good stewards of the property in which we're giving them.
And I will point out that in here, the problem with programming is, like, if you're me, you don't know who, I mean, and I'm an older demographic, but we have been doing a lot of the younger, and then we've got a lot of the tried and true. Some of the reasons that we brought over people like Willie Nelson and Styx from Ruth Eckerd Hall there is because we doubled what we sold. I mean, these are groups that sell out Ruth Eckerd Hall. So bringing it over there was a good financial decision for us. But Bobby can also, you want to talk about that middle demographic?
Sure. Also, in some cases, we actually almost quadrupled the attendance at Ruth Eckerd. And last night we were speaking about, sometimes it's not only our decision. This is not like you're going to at a buffet and say, okay, I want to put them here and put them there. These artists are major corporations. They love the loyalty that we've hopefully had with them for many, many years. However, we've been depriving some of these artists the proper place to play, is what we discussed last night and for many years. To the left and right of us, when they come through Florida, they play venues 2 and 3 times the size. Thankfully, with our model and our reputation at the hall, we've been able to keep securing them. But clearly, when Willie Nelson goes from 2,200 to 7,000, and Styx goes from 2,000 to 6,000, and Sammy Hagar, same thing down the line. They're where they should be at this point, and hopefully, they'll utilize all of our venues for unplugged shows and smaller things. But word is right now, many times when people have asked about programming, I ask the same question back to them in the case of your family members. I've had the same number for 30 years. Pick up the phone and tell me who you'd like to see. I answer every call, and I'll tell you if that artist is accessible. That's as frank as I can be. We have a 4,000 covered venue with 5,000 lawn seats. If there's an artist in this market that's going to play 9,000 seats and they're getting $1 million a night, they're not putting 5,000 people on the grass. And a promoter is not going to take the risk of putting 5,000 people on the grass when there's 2 arenas in Tampa that can house them. We'll go back to my statements that I've said for 10 years. The venue is a 3,000 to 5,000 sweet spot. That's the only one in this market that's like that, and we should take that to the stratosphere. Make it the best in that venue. If we put up Steve Miller at 4,000 and he sells 5, that's awesome. Lindsay Sterling, last week, is an artist that many of you didn't know her name. She's played Ruth Eckerd Hall 3 times. She came in and sold 4,000 seats. Didn't want to do any lawn. didn't want to use any video screens. It's a theatrical event. Not all these decisions are ours, and it's not just because it's the brand-new baby in town that we get to pick and choose. However, like the list is in your packet, there's 40-plus artists in there that I would venture that many of you on this dais don't know their names. And it's okay, because we're going to appeal to the Diana Ross crowd. We're going to appeal to the EDM crowd. I have a list of 5 pages of artists that we have offers in on that will make you very happy. Unfortunately, I can't share it because of the competition in this community. But I want you to believe in us. Our tentacles with agents, promoters, and partners are a mile long. We're not going to get every show. But you're going to be assured that we're up till the middle of the night making sure that we can try. But we've got to have that angle that makes those artists want to come. Whether it's the great catering at Ruth Eckerd Hall, the great acoustics, we have to develop something at the sound besides the sunset that's going to bring them here. So collectively, with you guys and the citizens in this community, we love ideas that can enhance the experience, but those little edges, those jump balls as we call them, are the difference between getting a show and not getting a show. It's not always about the money. So, but we understand that there's so many genres right now. Used to be 3, now there's like 12. And so everybody, pick a flavor. But I think the word of mouth from the many, many younger artists that have come through have already been calling it their favorite venue in the country. So something's there magical that they've seen, and we want to keep enhancing that. And we want to still be able to, like Ruth Eckerd Hall, go from Motley Crue one night to Don Rickles the next night. We want the sound to be the same way. We want it to be for any and all in this community. And like last night, with our, as we called it, our gift to the community with a free great Beatles show with a 40-piece symphony orchestra, it was incredible to see probably the best sunset I've seen in the 35 shows. Probably the best mix of young and old I've seen at any of the shows. Families, community coming out, and that's what being a complimentary show enables us to do. And having this investment in sound, lights, and video just enables us to do that more often now. So hope that helps answer. But I wish I could share more with you on some of the artists coming, but I'd rather, when we have a signed contract, be able to have our great marketing team spread the word.
No, I look forward to that. Thank you very much. So, again, just the compliment sandwich that it is, I'm still concerned about this breakdown, and that's the tough questions that I have to do. So I would love to see more than just a percentage and know what exactly that is, especially when we are bringing in crowds of around 2,000. Seems like that should be able to pay for the bathroom facilities. But thank you guys, genuinely. I am super proud of the sound and the work that is going on there. I look forward to hopefully seeing those other bands and everything come through, because it's a wonderful facility, and I think that the sky is the limit with the sweet spot that you say it is. I only think of 9,000, that's what should be there, but when you make it and articulate exactly what it is that the artist is looking for in a venue to play, that obviously makes a lot of sense. It's a 4 to 5. So let's hope we can get to 5, and you guys have to order porta potties, because that will be awesome if we're able to get that amount of foot traffic and those people down here to enjoy our wonderful park and our downtown. So I hope I didn't beat you up too much. I appreciate it. I am thankful for you, and you're doing a great job.
If I might, I'd like to share with you that 50/50 actually did not come from Ruth Eckerd Hall. It came from me.
Okay.
Because basically, from an operational standpoint, I couldn't figure out how to basically figure out the gallons when the city was using it versus when they were using it, okay? And so that was just difficult. I said, you can't do it. And plus, we're not meeting, again, the minimum. We never will meet that minimum.
Yeah.
So we are getting some use out of it. There's no way I can find out how much. All I know is we have 365 days. They got 35 days. It just seems like, to me, that 50/50 made sense. I don't know how to divide it up, to be quite honest with you. And so that, from an operational standpoint, that was my suggestion. Because, and I know they would still let us use the restrooms, but under the current agreement, they don't have to do that. They can be responsible and just shut the restrooms down. Not with this amendment. This amendment allows us to do all those things. The amendment allows the waterfront to be open. The amendment allows a lot of things. Now, I will do one correction on the restrooms. The amendment says, because basically the venue was set for 4,000 people. There are restrooms there to meet code for 4,000 people. Beyond 4,000 people, I think it's 4,123, I'm not sure really the number, but anyways, after that, they are responsible because of the amendment to provide additional restroom facilities. Okay, so this amendment basically cleans up a lot of the things, like I said, that we're already doing and trying to just get a handle on it. To this point right now, Ruth Eckerd Hall has not paid any utilities. The cities have paid all of them for this year. However, if this amendment is approved, as we have brought forward, they will be charged, and they know exactly what they'll be charged for that. So I just wanted to share that with you. It wasn't something hard to negotiate for us. It was just, how do you figure it out? How much, same way with toilet paper. You know, can you imagine our guys, our custodians, having to take out the toilet rolls and figure out ours out, you know, and then theirs goes in, and then they got to take theirs out, and then we got to put ours in.
Lock the bathrooms.
Huh, yeah. We can lock the bathrooms up. I will do better signage for sure.
I think Vice Mayor, you had something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to just make a couple other comments. You know, I talked to, I think it was on the dais, all right, maybe I talked to the city manager. I said, you know, we ought to do something about our handicapped people, because we talked about a couple of options, maybe bringing them down Drew Street and dropping them off, coming down at the bottom of the hill and letting them in. And Susan, I talked to her about a week ago at one of the events, and she had been thinking about this. She said, well, I think what we're going to do is bring them down Cleveland, because they got a turnaround there, drop them off, and then maybe some kind of a cart, you know, electric cart would bring them over to the gate where they go in ticketing at the Sound, which I thought, you know, that's pretty good. I didn't have to pick the phone up to call you. You heard it somewhere, and then you came to me and said that. So I appreciate, that's the kind of stuff that I think is very special about Ruth Eckerd, and I'm so glad we went with Ruth Eckerd, because they really have a concern about what's best for the city, and I appreciate that from both of you. Thank you.
I just wanted to speak to you directly. I understand how logistically impossible it would be to come up with a better system on how to split it, because when we look at Cochran Park and some of their events that go over 2-3 days, where the utilization of the bathrooms are like 8-10 hours, like your favorite event, the Purina Chow event. So I can understand how logistically it's just easier to split it in 50-50.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? I've got a few things to say. I like to go last, but I can. First of all, you know, I've had lunch with Susan and Bobby both in the past 3 or 4 months. And I told you all, which is true, the reason you're managing the Sound is because of your great success in this community with Ruth Eckerd Hall and the Capitol Theater. And you look at the volume of bookings that you have at those 2 venues and the success at those 2 venues over a long period of time, and the trust, as Councilmember Albritton was just saying, that Ruth Eckerd Hall has built with our community, that says a lot. And it's the reason why you're doing this. And so the questions that Councilmember Cotton and all of us are asking have nothing to do with our confidence and we know the community loves you, and the community chose you to manage this for a reason. But as I assure both of you too, we do have to hold you accountable, just like any other operator would come in for a venue like this, for the benefit of the taxpayers, just to make sure that you're performing to the community's expectations and doing what you said you would do. And so I don't want to talk all day about restrooms, but I did have a question in the amendment, because I did get a lot of feedback the other night, not this past Saturday, but the one before, over the restrooms just weren't even near adequate. So I guess we had temporary porta potties there, just not enough. Is that because it does give you all discretion to gauge that, and you know, I wouldn't say it surprised me that you had the discretion to do whatever you thought. Of course, you are controlling the ticket sales, you know what kind of crowd to anticipate. But that's the kind of thing that the city gets blamed for, regardless of who's managing or not. The people come to the city's facility, and and we got some really rough feedback on that. So I'm sure you did too, and I'm sure you'll address it going forward. But the restrooms we have out there at the top of the green area just aren't adequate, for larger events. So thank you for recognizing that. Third thing was, the provision in the addendum 2, and the city gets 10 events a year for community where we can block those dates. Having been in a similar industry for 10 years, I know why that is. You all, if you pointed out, are at risk on all this, and so you've got to make sure you've got dates available to book acts when you can get them. To the extent, though, so you don't want us blocking off dates that would otherwise be, Bobby could put an act in there that would, generate revenue, not just for you, but the city. But I have had a lot of community feedback that they would like to see more flexibility over and above those 10 dates. If there are periods of time where, you're just not able to get anything, that they'd like to see us work together more to fill it with community events. And I'm thinking out of the box the other day, I don't know that it has to be within the seated area of the sound. I mean, there could be community events that take place just in the green area up there to where we're not disturbing the chairs or anything or all that. But if we could find some openings to do a few small things like that, I think it reminds the community that it's the city's facility, it's the citizens' facility. And even though you're managing it for us and we're protecting what you need to protect to book those events to make it, financially worthwhile for you and us, if we could think creatively about how to work together towards it. Yeah.
One of the things that are in the amendment is that we open up the calendar at a certain point so that Parks and Rec has the ability to use the green space and everything else, and because that was a concern. Obviously, when it's way in advance and we're holding dates for tours, we need to be available, but we relinquish control over the calendar at a certain point, and then Parks and Rec has the ability to add in as well. So, trying to address that.
And then the last thing I had was, again, from being in a similar industry, it's really, really hard to open a new venue and really open it, in this case, an outdoor music venue in late June, July, which we've seen some of the, I went to all 4 performances just this last week. I don't think there was one performer who didn't say something about the temperature and the heat. It's a hard time to book outside events in Florida this time of year, and that's when you started. So first year was challenging, I'm sure, just because of that, to get acts in to perform. But my question is, and I think Mr. Cater referred to it, we're going to talk about it Wednesday more, and I talked to the city manager earlier, just about the forecast going forward, that I think separately, I talked to 2 of you, but the pipeline and I don't know if it was an official pro forma, but the one you shared with us 3 or 4 years ago, and then the web study that was done, that you feel like we're still on track to grow, get more bookings, and hit the numbers that we're talking here?
Yeah, the pro forma was developed, the one that I think you're referring to there. I know the previous city manager said that it was critical that we try to cover the debt service between the naming rights and what we were doing. At the same time, I also said that the quantity of shows, at that time, the concern was also the impact it would have on the residents in that area. And so I said, there will always be a question of balancing to make sure that we're very fortunate right now because we haven't gotten any negative feedback in terms of noise level and activity. But that, sure, you could do 85 performances, but, is that something that the community is going to support or not? that's down the road, but, we would grow. In other words, we'd be sensitive in how we grow the calendar as time goes on. I think the revenue sharing is on target. And it's, we're definitely, the goal is to get way beyond what we're doing now. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And for me, I don't know about the rest of the council, for me, it's more about just general operating costs for the entire park. That we don't really view the sound as standalone. We have operating costs for the entire park to support the sound. And whatever revenue we can get off your operations helps us offset that ongoing cost for the entire park. So, and that helps us plan going forward, budgeting and so on and so forth. So I just want to make sure you had, it is a little confusing, and I shared this with, and I just heard you all refer to it earlier, this year one and the numbers we have, whether that's the fiscal year or the calendar year. And so I think we have for Wednesday, the budget session, we have something lined up so we can see how it came out to what was proposed or projected. So that will help me quite a bit.
Yeah, we do have that. We also have it based on the entire park as was requested. So those presentations are prepared for Wednesday.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Well, thank you for coming over, and I thoroughly enjoyed this past week. I can't believe I went to 4 concerts in 4 nights. That's a little much, but it was an interesting mix of people each night. I mean, a different part of our, and I would echo what I've heard from the other council members. I've heard just folks in our community just talk, just by and large, just great about their experience coming down, how nice it turned out, and their experience once they've come down to visit. It's just a matter of us all working together to get more and more people to come. So thank you for coming today. Okay, that will move to item 4.
Council members, before we move on, do you want it on consent or off consent?
Oh,
I did not, it can go on consent, but given the topic, I wasn't sure if council wanted to.
I am appeased with Mr. Caters if it's coming to me, so.
I'm good with it.
Fine.
Yeah, thank you.
we have consent. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That will move to item 4.1 on the agenda.
Approve supplemental 2 work order from Moffett and Nickel of Tampa, Florida for construction engineering inspection, additional permitting services, and grant administration for the Clearwater Beach Marina Replacement Project.
Evening, Mayor, council members. So this item, typically we would put it in with the larger marina project that came in. So the first thing I want to say, this costs were actually in the budget that was already approved. The engineers were just crunching on all that value engineering effort up to the last minute, so we didn't get these numbers at that time, so we're bringing it separate. So in the construction side, it's not uncommon that we'll wait to get through the design so we know exactly how many sheets are out there, what's going to be involved within it, and we can get a much better number for the actual construction engineering inspection, which is going to look at the submittals that are out there, the inspections that they need to perform, RFIs that they might have to answer. So there's a number of pieces. By getting the design first, we're not overpaying for those inspection services. This one also, because it's got multiple grants that we're going after with the Fish and Wildlife and the FDEP, there's grant administration that's in this supplemental work order number 2. So that's what this one brings forward. This is just for the first phase. And then as we get into the second phase, there will be one more supplemental work order that'll come through also. So with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Questions from the council? Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have consent then?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
We have consent on item 4.1. Agenda item 4.2.
Approve a contract for purchase of real property by the City of Clearwater located at 1843 Springtime Avenue, owned by James McLaughlin.
Thank you, Ruth. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Robert Kasmer. Public Works Engineering, Real Estate. The item before you today is to purchase some real estate land that is absolutely necessary. It has a few moving parts, nothing complicated, but I would like to go one step at a time so we don't miss anything. Okay, in brief, the presented agenda item today for your approval is the purchase of real property located at 1843 Springtime Ave in the amount of $350,000 plus associated closing costs. This parcel rests between 2 of 3 bridges, Douglas Ave and Springtime Ave, that need repair and need volume flow updating. We are approaching issues up there, and that's what this is concerning. This purchase offers many hard cost savings by reducing 2 of 3 associated bridge hard costs access to bring equipment into the creek bed and remove. It increases the creek bed, or again, the creek bed access, and also increases the future maintenance access, and also increases flood compensation volumes. So this home, again, property rests between 2 bridges, and it offers many, many values. Prior to any purchase discussions, both legal and engineering qualified this purchase as being justified. Okay, now to the numbers. And to save time, I would ask you to refer to the submitted agenda item attachments to see the multiple appraisals were performed with the final sale price in line with the current market. I can support and discuss each appraisal should you have any questions. The purchase of this land simply makes sense to the many time and cost benefit it offers. There currently is a sanitary easement which is marked and will be avoided. City staff have thoroughly reviewed and approved this purchase. Any questions, please?
Any questions regarding agenda item 4.2? Councilmember.
Just out of curiosity, can you confirm, is there a home on that parcel?
That is, yes, there is.
Will it need to be bulldozed down for access for the bridges?
During the construction, I can't answer that question. We come within about 6 feet of the corner of the home, yes.
And this is a long-term, we're gonna need this land for long-term maintenance, right?
That's correct, yes.
That's all.
This gives us creek access to 2 of the 3 bridges, whereas before, if we don't have this, then we'd have to potentially crane in equipment or, again, renegotiate access down the road. This is the solution to many problems.
I have a question.
Councilmember Cotton.
I think you answered my main question of why the city needed to purchase this land, but in regards to the home that is on the property, are we going to keep that structure or are we going to be demolishing it?
That I do not know.
I would anticipate we'll likely demolish that one because we'll want that footprint. Once we get the contractor on board for that project, we'll have that conversation with them on, do we clear it out or not?
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions on 4.2?
I had the very similar questions in looking pictures. There's already boarded up windows and stuff in the home, so obviously the question is safety, and if it's just gonna sit there and dilapidate more becomes an issue, so thank you for answering.
I think this one picture will probably tell the story, if I may. Okay, that edge of the building, that's their home. The green, the flag right here is right where we're going to be going up with the TCE. We are within 6 feet of the gentleman's bedroom window. So I'm not sure if we have much more room to go.
Makes sense. Okay, do we have consent on this item?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we have consent on 4.2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Have a good evening.
Agenda item 4.3.
City's Energy Savings Program update, synergistic.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm Cassie Cordova, the Sustainability Division Manager in Public Works. Today, we're here to provide an update on the city's energy savings program. So Clearwater's Sustainability Action Plan Greenprint 2.0 pledges to increase energy efficiency in city facilities. In February 2022, the city partnered with a consulting firm, Synergistic, to reduce municipal electricity, water, and natural gas consumption by 20% over 5 years. This program is an organizational behavior-based energy conservation program. A dedicated energy specialist, Fabian Uribe, who's here today, works on-site to conduct regular energy audits, fix and find faults, and help find opportunities for savings. Those opportunities are reviewed in monthly staff meetings, and then changes are implemented when deemed appropriate. So today I'd like to introduce Ben Rood, also from Synergistic. He's going to give a brief overview of the program, as it'll be new to many of you, and as well as provide an update on energy savings realized in the first 2 years of the program. And I'll be happy to answer any questions after his presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Again, my name is Benjamin Rood. I've been with Synergistic for about 10 years in a variety of roles, from energy specialist to client manager, which is what I currently sit at now. I work with Pinellas County Schools, Sarasota County Schools, as well as others in the state. Oh, sorry. They need the thumb drive. And it is a pleasure to be able to work on behalf of the city to help utilize taxpayer funds, and ultimately it's about lowering our energy consumption to save money for the taxpayers. I'll just let this go. All right, I see that one.
Give it 1 second. She's
I love technology so much. So I'm going to give a little bit of an update again of what Synergistic is and who we are. So we are a behavior-based energy conservation company who is based out of Dallas, Texas. I currently live in the Tampa area, being on site in Florida, so we have regional support. And we highlight three main areas that make a successful program, and it's our people, like Fabian, a team of engineers who support him, of data analysts and other industry experts who make sure that the recommendations that we give and the things that we try to implement are in line with industry standards, as well as best practices for indoor air quality and efficiencies and things like that. We center around our technology suite, where we do comprehensive analysis at a smart meter level. So we look at all of your utility bills, meter by meter, month by month, to look at for anomalies, consumption trends, things like that, that go into ultimately what you're spending for your utilities. We also have proprietary information that analyzes smart meters to build profiles for all of your buildings, to where we know when things are supposed to be running versus when they're not, and allows us to have extra eyes and ears in your buildings to make sure that we're eliminating all waste that we have. And Synergistic has been in business for 37 years with clients from Alaska down to Florida, and so our process is a tried and true behavior-based side of things. We're not there to sell equipment or require any upfront capital to implement our program. We look at how you operate, make our suggestions based off of that, and run your buildings to the best of their capabilities. So what we do on this on-site is continually work to optimize and execute our plan to instead of coming in and making a recommendation once and leaving, We have, because Fabian's here all the time, we have someone there to make sure that we're seasonally updating, not just a one-time set it and forget it, but we are verifying that the recommendations are being implemented to both help with comfort and efficiencies, and then savings as well on the energy consumption. So we really try to master this unoccupied time when people aren't in the buildings, because the last thing that we want is to impact day-to-day life. We want to conserve energy, but not at the expense of occupants' comfort. So again, Fabian is constantly in buildings, talking with your faculty, or with your staff. Sorry, I work a lot with school boards too, so if I ever call you the board, apologies ahead of time for that. But making sure that, again, the recommendations that we're implementing have minimal impact on the day-to-day utilization of buildings. I'm going to let Fabian talk a little bit about what he does, especially specific to City of Clearwater, and just let him know what we're up to.
How's it going, Council? I'm Fabian Uribe. I am the energy specialist here for the City of Clearwater, so I'm embedded into the city. I live right downtown, so I'm accessible. So that's just a typical day for me. It is not a typical day. Every day is different. It's one of these things where we have to look for opportunities. But I do have a couple things that currently are the same exact. My day starts at 4 a.m. because I have a couple sites that are not following the building automation system. So in order for us to be able to capture some saving opportunities there, I need to manually override their system. So my day, as soon as they're out at, we've been here a long time, but when they leave at 6 in the afternoon or 6 after, I usually set back the building so we can go ahead and capture savings there. And at 4 a.m., I turn it back on so they can come on and be comfortable for them. And then we able to capture some savings throughout that time they were not there or the building was unoccupied. So then it starts at 4 a.m. and then it kind of goes throughout the day. So then I go in and start looking at, through our system that we use, I get alerts as far as there's some buildings that are, if I'm seeing energy spikes when typically we don't see them, I know that I need to go there and investigate what is different today than it was yesterday. Is there new programs being implemented by the city? Is there something that just went rogue and then we need to figure out from the mechanical side of it where we need to fix this problem so we can go ahead and reduce our consumption here. So I'll run from there from 4 to 6, and then throughout the day, then I'll meet with the general service team, and then there's Peter's team, there's their maintenance teams, everybody's team that's involved with the city, that they can help me figure out what the mechanical issues are for these buildings. If it's a site director that I need to talk to about a behavioral issue as part of how they're operating the system, then I'll go meet with them. But I make my money when people leave. So I'm there after hours. So basically when you guys all leave and it's dark, I'm the one that pops in at night to verify that everything that we implemented is actually functioning the way that we intended to. And if it's not, then we bring it up to general services and be like, hey, this is what we found. This is the opportunities that we have here. We recommend you guys make these changes. On my end, I go ahead and figure out what I can do to go ahead and set those buildings back so we can capture those savings. But it says typical day, but it's not. It's very, and I'm available for the city 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They have my number. They text me, call me. Everywhere they see me, there's something telling me about comfort, humidity, just anything throughout that they want us, and they want to know how much they're saving. They're basically, what's our effort? What are we finding here? So I have an open communication with a lot of site directors that they know exactly how their buildings are performing, and it's been a very positive partnership that we built up with them. So.
Yeah. Main takeaway there is a typical day is atypical for most people. With what we asked of Fabian, and then what your team, your general maintenance asked of him. I do want to brag on him just for a minute that you have one of the best in our company working for you, and he makes my job a little bit easier too. So I just want to give a hats off to Fabian on that. I'm going to come back to this key terms in a minute, but Again, going back to our people, process, and technology, part of the technology suite that we have is something that's called GreenX. And so what we do is we build a tracking mechanism for each of your buildings that we're in. And so what our GreenX audits are kind of our breadcrumb, our paper trail of when Fabian is in the building, what the purpose is, what he's noting, and then follow-ups to observations that he has. So since the start of the program, he's logged well over 3,000 in-building audits, and that's boots on the ground, eyes on equipment, on roofs, underneath toilets, looking for leaks, all of the above there. So he's out, he's in the buildings, and then also from that kind of the man behind the computer aspect, we also have 283 consultant support audits. So this again ranges from our professional engineers to our data analysts, making those recommendations, trying to give ROIs on energy conservation measures and things like that. So we're here, we're present, sometimes more, like we said, in the background than the foreground, but you know, we are constantly monitoring and making sure that you guys are saving. So I'm going to go back to these key terms here real quick, because as we move forward, I'm going to start to talk the numbers. So I heard you're the data guy, right? And this is a pretty, because it's a meter by meter analysis, there is a lot of data that we can dig into, and I'm going to try to give more of a higher view. And so if there's ever anything that you need to stop down on and would like more information on, I'm very willing to do whatever to meet in another session, or if there needs to be one-on-one, gotcha. All right, so the base year that we have, again, it's a 12-month period. This was agreed upon in at the start of the program. Basically, the energy profile before Synergistic came in. Performance year 1 and performance year 2 are going to be highlighted here. April to March is our performance year. EUI is something that I'm going to throw out, energy use index, or how much you're using per square foot. It's just a way to measure how well a building is using its energy. The lower the number is, the better. That's all you really need to take away from that. Average unit cost comes into play because rates have gone, well, you'll see here in a minute, rates have gone up pretty high substantially since our base year, and that impacts what you're actually spending versus what we call our cost avoidance. And then KBTU, again, it's just your standard energy and natural gas conversion. So our electric profile. Since the base year from PY1 to PY2, electric usage is down 7.5%. You'll see to the far right, however, that your electric cost is up 25%. Well, the main factor with that would be the average unit cost of your electricity. Since our base year, it has gone up 34.7%. The value of the program, the value of the savings that we do and everything that Fabian is the fact that your electric costs and your costs per unit are not linear because we are hedging the things that we can control. I heard you say that earlier, where we control the controllable and rates are something that we just are subject to. And so the consumption is what we go after, and we try to hedge the cost whenever we can. Natural gas. This has gone up, and part of that is due to infrastructure changes. I believe at the gas complex there have been gas chillers that were put in. As new properties are acquired and different system types come on, we might see an organic growth in a certain commodity because of that square footage increase and system types and things like that. So natural gas is a very small part of your overall energy use. So any increase or decrease does have a bigger percentage weight on it than maybe our electricity might be. Good news about this is your average unit cost is going down, and although consumption is up, your actual spend from base year to now is down 2.5%. And then finally, our water and irrigation profile. This is a result of quite a few different things. As you can see, again, it's going up, and I combine both of these commodities together to show you the overall water consumption. But one of the major factors in this this uptick was the past drought that we've been in, and the like with Coachman Park, and as we acquire other real estate like that and irrigation goes up, we're going to see that trend organically go up more than anything else, because typically you're not going to influence people's water usage on, hey, just don't go to the bathroom as much or stop drinking so much water. It's on that irrigation side. So we do have plans in place. And in fact, next month we have one of our irrigation engineers to come in and reassess. We did a action plan on that last year, and so we're just going to continue to do that to try to hedge our consumption there, because again, like all things, water is going up. The unique thing here is the city is its own vendor, so it's kind of it's been an interesting thing. So I again really focus in on that consumption, and we're just trying to keep your consumption down as much as possible. Here's our energy usage trends. The overall goal in this is to be below the red line. If we're below the red line, we know that we're saving that energy. So I'm not going to go month by month and look over here unless you have a specific question on any given month. But again, once we get implemented with our program, and part of the reason that this is a 5-year partnership is it's a big ship to steer, and so things take time, and so coming in under that red line is always our goal, and it keeps us up at night working. All right, our energy program success. Again, we're 26 months into the energy program. Now we're talking about our cost avoidance, so our savings here of $1.8 million, a 10% in energy use reduction. Again, that's your use per square footage. And then throwing in here, because we do have our fee, after the energy program costs, your savings of $723,000 for the city here. And this is just our cost avoidance trend. So because it's a month-over-month cumulative, again, we do this by meter, by month. And if you want more details on what that monthly performance looks like by commodity, again, we can provide that as well. I do want to highlight some of our notable building performances. Where we are standing currently is one of the flagships of the program. And the libraries as a whole actually perform very, very well here, which is a good thing. You can see the Countryside Library. I mean, we're almost cutting that energy use index in half there, which is great. And it does equate over to dollars. So the main library alone to date has saved $286,000 with a 27% cost avoidance. Long Center, Ross Norton, these high traffic areas they're big footprints, and so of course there's going to be more opportunity there. But this just goes to speak to, again, Fabian working with on-site staff, with Peter and his team, with Cassie, and getting the message out to be in communication when events are happening, but also being open to changing their habits and trying to save on the energy consumption. And I'll just leave this up here, again, just a little bit more about Synergistic and what we do. And you know, it's been proven through our track record with other clients, with our dedication to efficiencies and conservation, that we strive to continue to make ourselves better and in turn make the city better as well. And now I'll open up for questions.
Questions on this agenda item?
Yes.
So I remember when we were discussing this, and the city was very committed to our strategic plan and being, one of them being sustainable initiatives. But I personally had a little bit of a hard time trying to visualize what that was going to look like, because it was so abstract for me. But now we're 26 months in out of a 5-year contract, and now things are getting clearer. So when I look at everything now, and I think I understand it clearly, we had 3 payments, I guess, fee schedules, right? The first year at 41, roughly $41,000 a month. Second year, 46, and then the next 2 months is 50. Which means that even though we avoided $1.8 million in cost avoidance, we actually only netted $723. I was hoping for that gap to be a little bit less. So I guess my next question is, with our 5-year goal of 20% reduction, how are we tracking on that? Because I'm hoping that that's gonna decrease that gap.
Yeah, so currently we're at a 15% program wide cost avoidance. The part of the reason, again, that they are 5-year contracts is we see the greatest growth in years 4 and 5 on that realized savings, like in-pocket savings to our clients. So we're tracking a little behind where I would like to be personally, but that's not to say that we're not going to hit that 20% mark. That's always our goal. And with the current impact of rates, I can't give you an exact on that, so I'd have to come back because we always put in that rates they determine a lot on what that realized savings looks like, and I don't want to throw something out there right now that would be misleading, but we are tracking, again, a little behind, but it's not an alarming thing.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple quick, if you can help me better understand, because I wasn't a part of this journey as you were. You took a snapshot at a point in time of behaviors, right? You then compare that to current behaviors, and then you use that math to come up with a cumulative cost avoidance. Can you just help me better understand the cumulative cost avoidance?
Yes,
and how that
that's a great question. So yeah, the snapshot is based off of your actual utility bill usage and cost in the base year month. So March through February. March of 2019, we're always looking back to that for our current March consumption and cost. And so basically the cost avoidance is the delta between those two things. So if you have a meter that uses 10,000 kWh in the base year, and this last March it used 8,000 kWh, we apply the current unit cost to that $2,000 or that 2,000 kWh reduction, and that's the value of the avoided cost. The energy not used is what cost avoidance is, or utility, because there's water and natural gas.
So just to simplify, help my brain understand that we're spending about $52,000 a month for the program, and you're saving us about $70,000 a month. In essence, there's about am I right in that? About an $19,000
Yes
gap?
and no. So we've month over month compared to the performance year 1, it was much lower. So we were more in that 70,000, whereas now we're trending in the 100,000+ per month. And so first year's always kind of tough sledding, and then
Right.
again, it's gonna, by the end of the contract, it's gonna be more in that 50-50 alignment, is what we forecast at.
Gotcha.
Which hopefully helps here.
That's
Yeah.
what we were, those are the numbers that floated around when we were considering was that 50%
Yes, yeah.
target.
And I will say that we actually, we outperformed that in year two. It was more of a 55-45 where you guys saw more on that side because we were making up from some speed bumps that we hit in the first year of performance.
Gotcha. And then, and thank you for answering that. And then I did see in the contract that if, for whatever reason, contract was terminated, there's a $1 million fee that the city would have to pay. What happens if your company sells before that contract's over? Are we still responsible to pay that over $1 million?
I do not know that I have insight on that, but I would go to venture that whatever is in contract now would be rolled over until the obligation on our company's end is fulfilled, yes.
I can answer that. So I won't bore everyone with too many details here, but the general rule is that contracts can be freely assigned. I mean, that is typically the law in Florida. In the absence of contractual provisions to say otherwise, any party to any contract can assign their rights. Here, we do have specific provisions in this contract that limit their right of assignment. So I do not believe that Synergistic would necessarily have carte blanche to sell their company, and that another buyer, for example, of that company would necessarily be able to take care of the contract the same way, or that they would inherit all of those same rights or obligations. The contract does say, however, that even though they need the city's permission to assign the contract, which is true, our consent will not be unreasonably withheld. So if Synergistic was considering being sold to a different company, and if the council was reasonably satisfied that it's a reputable company who's going to do the things that Synergistic does, and that you feel comfortable that it's probably going to work out pretty well for the city, then we would likely be obligated under those circumstances to accept the assignment. On the other hand, if they were selling to some company who either the council did not feel was reputable, or there were concerns about that buyer, or maybe a different caliber of service, and certainly if they were looking to change rates or financial implications, the city would not be required to consent to that assignment. So that's the answer. Thank you. Thank you.
And I don't know that we have any plans to sell. Just saying.
You never know.
Yeah, no, I know. I will say that's the first I've ever been asked that question, so.
Well, it's a big number.
Yeah, I understand, and
We see it in
it's,
communication
I'm glad
companies
it's
and
something that I
software
need
all the time.
I have in my back pocket, so I
Yeah, now
appreciate
you
the
know.
question. Yes, no, I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question everybody's probably thinking about. So if we have different buildings and people are working overtime, do they call you and say, don't turn off the air conditioning?
So it varies. They always, general service has their own process where they like to have a ticket written up, a work order, but I give them access to my cell phone. I'm like, that's the quickest way you guys can reach me, but I like them to go to the proper channels, submit a work order ticket, general service calls me, and then right away I'm carrying my laptop, and it's right there, so I want to raise the temperature, but so. Yeah, so everybody's basically, I'm in contact with a lot of the stakeholders at each one of these sites, because we have 163 buildings that the city owns, and I mean, it involves everything. It's not just the rec centers, the libraries, but it's also the parks, anything that we own that we pay utilities on. We try to find some way that I can save some, but yeah, that's usually, you guys, one of you guys has our number.
So do you, Dan?
And we're constantly looking for ways to better that communication and slip in with your current protocols. In case there are instances where something might fall through the cracks, we try to mitigate that as much as possible.
We did develop a new system recently, so there's a new work order system. It actually goes through the sustainability division, and then we send it over to general services. So we just implemented that with general services about a month ago, so to be more accountable for that.
Okay.
Anybody else? So sort of echo what the others have said. Sustainability, very important to all of us. Just as important, if not more important, is the cost avoidance. Making sure that at the end of the day, if we pay your fees, that the taxpayers are seeing some benefits. So that's the line of questioning, and certainly it's got some sheriff starter that's focus of us. And we, three of us weren't on the council when you all put this in, so we just want to make sure.
No, and for whatever it's worth, we're not in the business to just make our clients break even. It's not why we've been around for 37, 38 years. We take it very, very seriously to perform for our clients, because ultimately we want partnerships to continue and both parties to benefit. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
It's time to move to item 4.4 on the agenda.
Approve increase of residential and commercial stormwater utility rates.
Evening, Mayor, council members. I did want to introduce Stan Tech, who's going to be talking about the stormwater rate study.
Good afternoon again. How are you? I'm Leticia Duhalik with Stan Tech. Hoping to not take too long, but just kind of wanted to give you a summary of the 2014 RSA that we performed for stormwater. So if you will bear with me for a couple minutes. First thing is we do these revenue sufficiency analysis that ensure our RSAs, but we do these very regularly for the city. And in the last few, so starting with the 2019 one, we identified that the city could lower its rates, and I probably should have given you a little bit more background too, but I guess what I was trying to say before I jumped into the rates was basically that these RSAs are evaluating revenues of the city in order to make sure that the city stays financially sustainable and that it can generate enough revenues essentially to cover projected costs. But back then in 2019, when this RSA was performed by our firm Stantec, we identified that the rates for stormwater could have been lowered by 8.5%, and then they were held flat for another 2 years. So that was what the suggestion was, or the recommendation. And then we performed another study in 2021 that essentially confirmed that the 0% in 2022 was confirmed and good to go. And then starting with the last RSA in 2022, we identified 1.75% annual increases for the next 5 years. But as we updated the analysis this year, there have been some added costs and things that we need to talk about. And so the 10-year financial plan included 10-year capital spending, which is now quite a bit larger than it was in the 2022 study. The 2022 study is shown by that blue bar on the 10-year capital, and then the new study is that orange bar, so you can see a significant gap. And because of the added costs associated with capital projects, the analysis is now also taking advantage or using debt to fund portions of that capital. The prior study did not include any debt assumption, but the debt assumption does have a couple of benefits. One is that it spreads out the cost of the project through a longer period of time, most likely matching the usefulness or the life of the project. And then it also does provide some benefits from spreading the cost to other generations of fee payers. This slide has some highlights of yellow and orange throughout the city. And given the gap or the increase in CIP costs, we just kind of wanted to show that there is quite a bit of improvements being done or planned for the 10-year period for the entire city. And so for presentation purposes, the entire city was subdivided into pieces, but essentially we wanted to make sure that we understood that the 10-year capital includes capital projects throughout the entire city. In addition to the capital project cost increase, the stormwater fund is also seeing some pressure on the operating expense side. The majority, well, maybe not the majority, but a good chunk of which is associated with some regulatory costs associated with MS4 permitting, which is triggering some additional personnel and other operating costs like heavy equipment. And then, as we talked about before, the CIP is now relying on debt, and so with the projected debt funding of CIP, we also have additional debt service costs. And so that is shown by that orange line in the operating cost charge. And so this brings me to, given the additional capital and the additional operating needs, we are now recommending a update or amendment to the current rate plan starting in 2025. And so the new rate plan would really have an impact to a typical residential or to a residential customer on a monthly basis in 2025 of $1.11 and about $1.20 in FY 2026. But again, given just what we discussed, this is a recommendation for a new plan. The residential monthly bill comparison, now we've got two. We've got one that is fiscal year 2024 and one for fiscal year 2025. I do want to say the fiscal year 24 is based on current rates, and it compares the city of Clearwater to some of the surrounding communities. And 2025 includes what we know for future rate adjustments, and for the entities for which we had no guidance, we basically assumed that the rate increases stay flat. But in summary, I wanted to point out that the average of the rate increases in the surrounding area is around 13% in the next year, and there are some entities in the class, if you will, that are going to have either 20% or higher than 20% rate increases. And so I highlight that just because it helps, I think, hopefully you understand the magnitude of the needs around this area because of the exposure to water and sea level rise and a significant amount of flood in all of Florida, really, and in this particular area, since everybody else has experienced similar pressures. And so, in the end, I just recommend that you would approve the recommended annual rate increases as shown here. Again, they reflect about $1.11 in 2025 to a residential customer, $1.20 in 2026. And so this would help you fund your CIP needs and your operating needs, and also going to help you continue to bring in, some of you talked about earlier, you want to continue to bring in people to the city of Clearwater and to have economic development. And I think this kind of plan for eliminating flooding and then maintaining, your stormwater system also helps with some of that activity. I also recommend that you would update these studies every year. Right now, there are zero assumptions, if you will, for grants or any other funding. And so to the extent that your city can identify funding from other sources to help with some of the CIP investments, then we could potentially come back to you with a different projection and different recommendation. We have done this in the past. So that's it. That's all I had. I open for questions.
Councilmember Cotton.
I'm going to prolong the meeting for a second.
Bathrooms?
Yeah, no, not on bathrooms, but I know that when you first, we got together, you mentioned this stuff that I noticed, and it was in one of the slides here for showing the percentages that everybody was going up around counties, that St. Pete, Pinellas County, and Hillsborough counties are on that tiered rated system. I don't know if that's your company that would perform the work, or if that's us, Jennifer, that would do that, but I'm not sure how you guys would feel about it. just seeing what that would look like for us and if it's a smart direction to go. I don't know. I'm just, again, data is power, so.
Dan Slaughter, if I may, Mayor, we've actually discussed that. We plan on trying to incorporate that next year. We haven't negotiated with Stantec yet, but
Okay, that's why I said I don't know.
We do plan to do that. We would enlist a consultant to help us with it.
Awesome.
We'll talk to Jay Ravens more about it.
Perfect.
But there wasn't enough time to do it this year.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, discussion? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
No, wait a minute.
I don't necessarily know if it's heard. This is Stantec's recommendation, correct?
Yes.
Is this staff's recommendation aligned with this as well, just for clarification?
Yes, sir. So we worked through it with them. Again, she mentioned we'll do our best to collect the grants and everything else we can, but yes, that's our recommendation.
Thank you. And, my only thing is recognizing that we're not assuming any outside grants or fundings, and then we're also assuming a current inflationary pressured environment, and we're saying that this inflationary pressured environment is going to continue of where it is today. Am I correct in understanding this?
Correct, and that's,
Yeah, and so I would just respond with, we do this every year or every 2 years based on when you guys let us know you're ready for it, basically. But we would definitely come back to you if there is room for any kind of adjustments, just like right now you're in the middle of a 5-year plan. So if there is any possible upside to this in a way that we could adjust that down, we would come back to you.
Thank you.
and I think that's, from our standpoint, anything we can do to help drive this cost down, that we definitely want to actively do that. If we get behind the power curve, because there is some potential debt financing, that's just going to cost people that much more. So that's why it made sense to us, and then we'll do everything we can, hopefully in future years, to pull it down.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, just remind the public what the slide you had earlier. This is not stormwater improvement for one area of the city. There are projects throughout the city that need some help.
Correct. There's a number that we need to get after. So you can see there's a bunch of neighborhoods, there's a bunch of road projects. It's also got in the MS4 permitting requirement changes that are going to come. That's going to require us to inspect everything throughout our entire system more regularly. So that drives an extra vac truck, an extra camera truck, extra personnel. So all of those are factored in for the entire city.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Next time we move to item 5.1.
Accept the sovereignty submerged lands easement from the Board of Trustees, the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of the State of Florida for the construction, installation, and maintenance of gas utility facilities.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Blanchard, the engineering manager for the gas department. I'm requesting that you accept a submerged land easement from the state of Florida for construction, installation, and maintenance of gas facilities on property lying along Bayshore Boulevard over Cedar Creek in Pinellas County. This gas line will maintain services to existing residential customers. The easement is to maintain and replace facilities as necessary for 50 years.
Okay. Any discussion, questions? Okay. Do we have consent?
Yes.
Yes.
We have consent on item 5.1. Thank you. Item 6.1.
Approve guaranteed maximum price proposal from Biltmore Construction for repair of Fire Station 48 burn tower.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Scott Ehlers, Fire Chief, Clearwater Fire Rescue. This request is for approval of the guaranteed maximum price, or GMP, proposal from Biltmore Construction, Inc. of Bel Air for repair of Fire Station 48 burn tower in the amount of $324,944. The City of Clearwater's Fire Department burn tower at 1716 North Belcher, which is Fire Station 48, is a 5-story structural steel frame building that was built around 2008, and it's used for live fire trainings and requires restoration for burning operations and fire training usage, including the addition of a ventilation/roof hatch for burn room number 1. The burn rooms, which were designed to provide live fire training, have progressively deteriorated due to numerous training exercises in which the structural material of the building has been heated up and then cooled down rapidly. The rooms were determined to be non-usable in 2020. Over the last several years, we've worked through numerous challenges to get a licensed contractor authorized by the building manufacturer to repair the rooms. Biltmore Construction, Inc. was selected from the approved CMAR continuing contracts list based on the past reliability and experience. Funding for this is available in a capital improvement project, M2005, for the fire training tower. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions for clarification.
Any questions for the chief? Okay. Do we have consent?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. We have consent on item 6.1.
Confirm
Item
the
6.2.
Confirm the declaration of state of emergency due to conditions surrounding Hurricane Debbie.
Good afternoon. Javon Graham, Division Chief Emergency Management. This is item before you is the local state of emergency for the city of Clearwater that was enacted during the damages that we faced during Hurricane Debbie. The benefits of this is that it allowed us to proactively deal with the effects that we started having and then start a recovery immediately as opposed to having a delay. Also, in addition to that, by having this in place, it helps us as we go through the PA process for recovery and also future mitigation projects. And FEMA actually does require this when we go through that process of recovery. With that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the council? Okay. I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7.1.
Approve an agreement with Precision Contracting Services for the installation of new and maintenance of existing conduit and fiber optic cabling.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Rich Chapman. I'm the Network Architect Manager in the Information Technology Department. This agenda item requests your approval of Precision Contracting Services, also referred to as PCS, as our fiber optic installation and maintenance contractor for both IT and traffic ATMS communications. Infrastructure in response to RFP 46-24. The scope of work for this agreement includes installation of 10 fiber optic runs for the IT data networks and 20 fiber optic runs for the Public Works Advanced Traffic Management System. The term of this work is for 5 years, from September 24 to August 29. The total contract amount is $6,622,835. The budget amount to be used for the traffic ATMS includes dollars for the city's ARPA allocation. City Engineer Tara Kivett is here, and I can answer any questions.
Any questions regarding agenda item 7.1? Do we have consent? Yes. Yeah. We have consent on agenda item 7.1. Thank you. Item 8, City Manager verbal reports.
Mayor and Council, I know that this has been a long work session, but we do have an update as it relates to the spills and would like to provide that to you at this time, if that's okay. Okay, thank you. While Rich is coming up to the podium, I do want to take an opportunity just to make sure that we recognize staff efforts throughout the storm. So having a storm come through, and hurricane season is already a stressful time for us just in terms of the preparation of, and so having an event like this that was a little bit unprecedented certainly added to the workload and the stress, and our teams really overall did a great job, and I certainly appreciate their efforts. I know you all echo that as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Rich Gardner, Director of Public Utilities. I want to give you an update on the 12 sanitary sewer overflows that we had, or SSOs. I want to go through them by the basins. I don't know how well you'll be able to see the map, but the first one I want to talk about was at the Marshall Street plant, and actually The overflow was in the manhole next to the plant at Russell Street and Holt Avenue. The VFDs, which control the main sewage pumps, overheated due to the excessive flow and a failure of the cooling fans. 2 of the 3 influent main sewage pumps stopped pumping. The 1 remaining pump could not keep up with the elevated inflow due to the storm. This caused the manhole at the intersection of Russell Street and Holt Avenue to overflow. Approximately 24,000 gallons overflowed, of which 2,400 were recovered by the city vac trucks. The spill occurred approximately 8 p.m. on August 4th until 10 p.m. that night. The spill ultimately flowed into Stevenson's Creek. Currently, we have all the VFDs repaired and back in service. The next one I want to talk about happened at the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. It's at 3290 State Road 580, located where 580 and McMullen Booth come together. We had 2 sanitary sewer overflows at that site, one in the headworks and one in the effluent filters. The headworks overflowed because Duke Power failed and caused untreated wastewater to overflow from the headworks building as the bar screens became blinded with all the solids that were coming in. Approximately 63,000 gallons overflowed and none was recovered. The spill occurred approximately 1:15 p.m. until 3 p.m. on August 5th. We determined that the headworks was not connected to the on-site generator, and that's why we couldn't get power back until Duke came back online. The effluent filters, due to the same power failure, the effluent sand filters began overflowing partially treated wastewater at the clear well and sand filter building structure. The partially treated wastewater started overflowing at 8 p.m. on August 5th and ended August 7th at 9:30 a.m. The estimated spill volume is 8.9 million gallons with none recovered. The spill ultimately flowed into Old Tampa Bay. We could not start the on-site generator, called in a contractor who was able to start it, but we did have to bypass the filter to get them back into service. The East Water Reclamation Facility, located at 3141 Gulf to Bay Boulevard, the west end of the Courtney Campbell Causeway. Inflows from the collection system inundated the water reclamation facility, causing several process tanks to overflow into surrounding stormwater system. Normal flows are less than 2 MGD, but the influent flow exceeded 10 MGD. The partially treated wastewater started overflowing at 8 p.m. on August 4th and ended on August 6th at 2 a.m. The estimated spill volume is 2.7 million gallons with none recovered. The spill ultimately flowed into Old Tampa Bay. So if you look at the map, the X's are the plants and the O's are where the SSOs happened. And in the collection system, you can see a bunch of them were around the east plant area. And here's a better view of that. You can see there were about 7 of the 8 in the collection system happened there, which was unusual. We didn't quite understand it. But I want to show a video that will help explain what happened. I'm getting there. Sorry. This is Alligator Creek over by Kapok Park and Glen Oaks Avenue North. You can see it's growing into an area where water is just pouring into the ground. That's pouring into our sewer. Our 30-inch sewer had a catastrophic failure, and but the water was so high. Normally the creek is several feet below this level, but now it was so high and we had the failure, the water poured into there. It's a 30-inch pipe. I'm done with the video. Thank you, sorry.
My bad.
No, it's me.
It's almost over.
It was
Oh, wow, 46 million.
That was the creek, that's not the fluid material that was flowing down there on Alligator Creek, correct? And that was flowing into your system?
That was, Alligator Creek was flowing into our system.
Just because of the brown color, they wanted to cause confusion.
It's Monday. So Alligator, the SSO happened here at Alligator Creek. And that 30-inch sewer flows into the lift station 58, lift station on McMullen Booth.
Jeez.
That lift station is unique that the flow can either go to the northeast plant up on 580 in McMullen Booth or the east plant. And it's designed so if the pumps can't, it normally pumps to the northeast, but if those pumps can't keep up with the flow, there's an overflow, so it automatically, the extra flow goes to the east plant. We estimate we got 46.6 million gallons of extra flow from that creek going into our collection system. There's a staff gauge, a USGS staff gauge, right there where that overflow was, where we were looking at the video of the creek. And you can see how well it matches up over the same time period to the lift station flow at lift station 48. There's a manhole, you can't see it in the picture because it's inundated, but it was about 11.84. So anything over that 11.84 elevation, all that was going into that manhole going to lift station 58. So during Dahlia, we had no SSOs. I keep patting myself on the back. We had no SSOs during Dahlia. All of a sudden, we have all these SSOs. Well, what changed? We didn't know. Well, this is what changed. We had the Alligator Creek rising dramatically and the catastrophic failure into our sewer, our 30-inch sewer, which is one of the biggest sewers. Excuse me. So 7 of the 8 SSOs in the collection system were related to that breach. The flow of a significant portion of Alligator Creek into the 30-inch line in Cape Park, which flowed to lift station 58, which flowed to the 2 plants. The 8th SSO was due to a manhole failure at the 1400 block of Kings Highway. So that explains all the excess flows in the collection system. The reclaim system, because we were bypassing the tertiary treatment or the filters at the water reclamation facilities, we were not making reclaim quality water, so we had to take the reclaim system out of service.
Is it still off?
It's still off. We're slowly getting it back in. We're filling the tanks now, but it probably won't be in full service till tomorrow morning. Short-term mitigation that we did during the storm, we used 4 vac trucks, R3 vac trucks, and we borrowed one from Stormwater to vac up the critical SSOs, vac up as much as we can. We brought in contractors, repaired the generators on an emergency basis. We rented a generator for Northeast. We expedited the Duke Power restoration to our facilities. The East plant, which is right on State Road 580, we closed one lane of State Road 580 because we were concerned about water getting into the road and people driving through it. We increased the maintenance and collection staff to address the issues. Sunday night, we put on more people on standby, and we put in a second 12-hour shift, and this kept going with 12-hour shifts until the storm was over. And we've started repairing the 30-inch line in Cape Park already. Long-term, we're working on a generator and AT and automatic transfer switch issue overall. the increased inspection of the collection system, looking into storm surge risk, increased collection system trunk line cleaning, and more contracts for specialized skilled maintenance on equipment like clarifiers and the filters. Capital, I already planned, they're already in the network of bringing projects to you, capital projects that will be related to these issues, such as the point repair contract, renewing those for another $22 million for annual cost for next year. We've started the lift station program to look at the lift stations in Force Main to get them in better condition. The East Influent Pump Station, the East Plant Filter Feed Pump Station, and the East Screw Pumps, they're all projects that are in various stages of completion. The Northeast Filter and Digester rehabs are ongoing. Collection systems replacement in Fort Harrison, Osceola, and Drew Street, just to mention a few. Consolidation will make the system more resilient. I'm going to be bringing before you a contract to get consultants to manage our projects so we can do more projects in the near future. And then the Public Services Complex, this is a second storm where we didn't have power and it's a lower priority, but we're working from alternate sites. So that's coming before you in the near future, somewhat near future. What we did right, we increased standby staff right away in the middle of the storm. We implemented the 12-hour alternating shifts where we could. Management alternated with the shifts, and we had no SSOs at the lift stations. So we had no lift stations overflow. And then in summary, we had 12 SSOs, 13 million gallons spilled. 11.6 of that was partially treated, like it made it partially through the treatment plant. 1.4 was untreated, but untreated, it was mixed with a lot of rainwater. It was 2/3 rainwater, 1/3 sewage or less. And of compared to the annual flow, to give you a matter of perspective, what we didn't, that 13 million is about 0.3% of what we treat annually throughout the year. Any questions?
Yeah, I'll go on. Vice Mayor Albright, I want to just start by saying, thank all the staff worked really hard. I was in communication with as many of us were with the various city departments and staff. They were on top of it and paying attention to problem areas of the city, which normally we have flooding, and the problems we had were in places where we typically wouldn't expect those. So, changing direction and jumping on those, and working tirelessly and to stop and solve problems when they arose unexpectedly, that's certainly all appreciated. But I would say that, and also, this isn't an excuse, but I mean, this was a 100-year rain event. I mean, this was, and the Tampa Bay Times wrote a story the other day that there were a number of municipalities that had same or similar problems to what we had. So those aren't excuses, but this was an extraordinary event. At the same time, I think, and the others may weigh in here too as well, is we want Clearwater to be a leader in making sure we mitigate this type of risk going forward, leading all communities throughout Tampa Bay to protect our waters. And so glad to hear the detail that you've shared with us today about what we learned and what we learned about the spillages and what we're doing to address those going forward, because that's really important. And I think, we have I don't know on some of this equipment, that failed, how old that equipment was, but I think we all recognize that our infrastructure needs a lot of work, and you've shared that with us, consolidating the plants and doing some things that we're probably catching up on, that we need to do in case there is a large storm surge, as you referred to, comes along, could pose us even more serious problems. But just, we all as a team want to make sure this doesn't happen again, and want to be a leader in the Tampa Bay region as far as making sure we're taking steps to get better, to anticipate, to learn from this, and to make sure that we're protecting our waters with the way we're upgrading our systems and staying on top of storms and preparing for them by improving our systems. So just want to share that too. So Vice Mayor, do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, and I agree with what the mayor just said. Thanks for staff and everybody jumping on this right away. But I had a one-on-one about a year ago with our 10-year plan, Rich, taking both Marshall and the East plan offline because of the possibility they could be underwater by 13 feet. And, using the Northeast plant exclusively, rerouting all the lines up there. So it kind of bothers me that, that's still, is that still in progress? I mean, that.
Yeah, we're moving forward with that. It's a 6 to 10 year plan, but we're moving forward.
Okay, so we're going from 3 to 1. This is a big plant up there. The Northeast plant's the biggest one, and it's way above sea level. So in case we get hit by a hurricane directly, at least we don't have to worry about it being underwater like East plant will be underwater. And Marshall Street will be underwater, and that would be catastrophic. So we just got, what happened last week was kind of a little bit of an introduction of what could happen to our sewer system with that much water being introduced. And I understand about the water coming from the creek going in there. The video pretty much says it all. But what can we do with, backup generators and things like that at the East plant, just to make sure that some of that doesn't happen again, I guess?
So with the East plant did fairly well. It didn't lose power. We didn't have to go on generator, at least not very long. It was just the flow. It was that extra 46 million gallons.
Yeah.
It's used to seeing less than 2 million gallons a day. And our flow meter pegs out at 10 million gallons. Whoever designed that flow meter said, well, it's not gonna be worth 5 times worse, but it was more than 5 times. And we made a conscious decision to bring as much flow into the plants as we possibly could, so it didn't overflow out in the streets and in the communities. If it was gonna overflow, we wanted it to overflow in the plants.
Yeah.
That's what it did. We did not expect to see that 46 million of flow from the creek to enter into our system.
Well, I mean, it hit not only the Gulf Coast, but all the way through Florida. This thing, I've never seen so much rain. It was a 100-year event, so I understand how that happened, and just want to make sure that and I know you're on top of it, to try to keep, look ahead, and if we have something like that again, which is possible we will, that we won't have that kind of a problem.
Let's move to Chair.
So this was an unusually destructive storm. I mean, I had family members calling me to see if I was okay, and then the next day sending me videos from all the way up in Canada with 3 feet of water in their homes. That's how wide and destructive this storm was. But it also makes me confident that we're doing the right decision in consolidating those 3 plants into one, because it just showed us how vulnerable the Marshall and the Campbell plants are to even Cat 1 storms. So that's good. I just had a question about the generators. I didn't quite get what you were saying. Were the generators just not working? Were they defective?
So at the Northeast, they did not work when we wanted them to work. We test the generators every week. They call it Turbo Tuesday. For at least an hour on a Tuesday, they turn off the power to the plant and they start up the generators. It's supposed to transfer automatically. We don't have to start it up. It does it automatically. The one that serves the filter building did not start up. We had
But
a
it passed, but it passed the week before. It
Yes,
worked,
yes.
wow.
We had a backup and it didn't work. At the bar screens where we had the 63,000 gallons, we just had an upgrade at the plant, and during design, the decision was made not to connect that to the generator system. We'll bring in a generator. Well, between the time of design and the time of construction and the time of us taking it over, that information didn't get passed on. So we didn't have a generator ready for the bar screens. You know, that's on us. We should have known, we should have been trained, the engineer should have included that in the O&M manuals.
Councilmember Menino.
Yeah, thank you. Echo some of the same sentiments. Greatly appreciative for city manager, assistant city manager, our entire staff for how hard they worked during the storm. I know it's very appreciative in our community, and not just during the storm, very appreciative even in our countryside community. We got out there ahead of some things and we're proactive on trying to mitigate some things, and I know they were very appreciative, and the results spoke for themselves. There was 0 water in homes that probably would have been flooded had your teams not been out there, so thank you for that. It's a state of an emergency, right? Our entire state and region, we're being challenged in very similar ways. I think all the work that we've done and put into this infrastructure and systems probably shows, and some of our surrounding counties are still underwater, and it could have been worse. I think Mother Nature's probably still undefeated and will always be undefeated. We'll do our best on our side to mitigate her power and ability, but appreciate it. It goes, without saying that some of the things that we've really focused on the last handful of months of big areas of concern showed us that our efforts have worked, and appreciate that. And I know our community is appreciating it. And I too would echo the same thing, the consolidation plan. I'm 100% in support of it and what we have to do to keep moving forward, to be more resilient, more sustainable in some of our communities. You got my support. I look forward to, I know you said it's a plan down the road and it's a process, and I think you've got this council's support in moving forward with that. So, but thank you to our teams for all the work.
Councilmember Cotton.
Yeah, I'll keep it a little bit more short and sweet. As an emergency management coordinator, I was actively involved on the web-based system that we have for my area, but you see all municipalities in the county. It did seem like right away you guys were on top of things, which is very much appreciative. I think that goes a lot to staff and everybody that was working that day. It seems like you guys already have a good after-action report of the pitfalls that were noticed and the corrections going forward, so that's awesome. It's not like we're waiting a month later to see where we did something wrong. We're already trying to be proactive and see how to mitigate that in the future. So that's wonderful to see, and again, that's something that's big in my mind is our critical infrastructure and making sure that we're making the positive strides to do the things that aren't so quote unquote sexy, that the public doesn't see, but they're clearly needed. And to stop pushing those projects back and put them more towards the forefront so we don't have these things happen. So thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, your staff, and all those that worked hard and diligent during the storm. These are just some of the things that we have to roll with when these storms come. We don't have that magic ball to tell us what's going to fail and when it's going to fail and with what storm it's going to fail. So 99.9% of the time, everything is operating good and correctly, and here we saw failures, and we've addressed those, and we do the best we can with each storm that comes in. So thank you all for that, and it's very much appreciated.
I echo all that, and again, this is all a team effort. Water quality is tremendously important to Clearwater, as well as other communities through our region, but because our tourism industry, partly too. So we got to be a leader in this area, and it's not just on our staff who, again, Really appreciate your efforts to stay on top of it, get on top of it, mitigate the risk. But it's on the five of us too, to make sure that we see the sense of urgency here in doing some of these projects and getting them done and finding the funding on them too. So it's a team commitment by all of us, staff and council, and appreciate you sharing the information today, jumping on top of it to provide explanation. Been very helpful to understand better what happened, and appreciate you gathering that for us here today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor, if I could real quick, if
Mhm.
you don't mind, I know you guys are probably ready to go, but first of all, Richard, I don't think has slept in a week. And I'm not joking. This has been a lot of tremendous pressure on the staff because they do not want to disappoint you, without doubt. I would ask that, a little bad news also, we had another incident over this weekend. I want you to be fully transparent and mention that incident. I also want you to kind of give them just maybe a generic overview of what the potential fines are that we're potentially looking at, and how you'll mitigate those fines for projects, potentially.
So, the fines range anywhere from, I'm going by memory and past experience, a spill up to 1,000 gallons will be $1,000. A spill over 100,000 gallons will be 15,000 gallons. That's the fines that have been levied before. The state always gives us, or usually gives us, an opportunity to do an in-kind project. And we've been doing the smart covers. Recently, you guys approved an extension of that smart cover contract. With our idea was, if we get more fines, we'll get more smart covers. But I just want to show you.
That's one way to look at it.
I just want to show you, this is what we pulled some of the smart cover reports, and you can see the storm. You can see it, normal flow, storm, and then it goes back. Each one of these smart covers. So, I mean, that alone showed us those have been a good investment. Over the weekend, Sunday, while I was writing this report in my office in the complex with the heat automatically set to 85, that I couldn't figure out how to reduce it. I got a call from our guys in the field. They discovered a lift station unrelated to the storm. The controller of the lift station failed, and the lift station caused, the level went up, and about 13 manholes overflowed in the collection system. We've reported it to the state, and we had the vacs cleaned up as much as we could, and we lined the area to clean it up, and we made a report to the state today.
So to summarize, I am 100% convinced that he can build you a more resilient, better system, and he's going to do it. And he's going to do it with the support he has from other team members. Jeremy Brown's back there. He's worked tightly with them in the past. He's got a great engineer of his own, Caitlin, and then I'm sure Marcus and Tara will jump in as well, and we will design you a good system.
And that's our message to the public. We take this very, very, very seriously. And we have confidence in our staff to address it like you already have, and continue to address it, and work with us to provide you the funding to make sure that we address it. But all of this, and you can tell by working in 85-degree heat on a Sunday, you take it seriously. Our entire staff, our entire council, we all take it seriously, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, you got anything else?
No, all done,
Okay.
sir.
Item 9, City Attorney verbal reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief, but just one update. So just to let the council know, after the meeting we had relating to the energy topic, the city manager and I have been setting up meetings with NewGen, so those are getting on the calendar. We're going to do a kickoff meeting with them in person, do a driving tour of the city and some other things to get their team, comfortable here. We know how important, of course, that topic is, rather timely, given that we're just talking about the importance of things like power outages, how that affects critical public infrastructure, and even when Synergistic came in earlier by complete coincidence talking about how the impact of rates affects everyone. We see, of course, how much it affects us as a city owner, how much it affects ratepayers, actual, real ratepayers is even worse. So it's pretty timely topic, as we know. The one thing I would ask from the council as we move forward with the new gen study is this. Please treat it as active negotiations, and especially for the benefit of new council members who have not been here with us during a lot of the more complex negotiations that we've had as a city. Due to the structure of government, there is no way in Florida for individual council members to converse with each other outside the sunshine. As the mayor said earlier, it's important to approach big initiatives as a team, but how can you be a team when you don't get to talk to your teammates? And that makes it really hard. That's not unique to Clearwater. That's just the way things are in Florida, and it's just the way our government is structured. So as a practical matter, anytime we approach a complex negotiation, whether it is with the Phillies, with Gotham, with Duke, with any major stakeholder, Ruth Eckerd, it's important for staff to take the lead on that. Not just because you have the professional expertise on staff, but because the council literally has no way to converse with each other outside the sunshine. Now, we can have meetings like this, but when we're obviously in a negotiation with someone, or when we're looking at a study that's really important or gonna be a prelude to complex talks, it's really important to be on the same page without necessarily having that conversation on the dais, because having that conversation on the dais would ultimately put the city and taxpayers at a disadvantage in those conversations. So main thing is if council gets contacted at this point, either by Duke, by folks who are either speaking with Duke or speaking on behalf of Duke, best thing to do is just say the council has unanimously approved the study, and the best thing that Duke can do is talk with Nugent. If there are partners that Duke is involved in, the best thing to do is talk with Nugent. We have a consultant that the city has approved, and Nugent does not have any dog in the fight. They're an impartial third party. They get paid a flat fee. So the best thing to do is simply refer them to our consultants. And if I need to get involved, I'm happy to get involved if necessary. But the truth is, I plan on my own role being pretty secondary in this. It's really going to be the experts who are the electrical engineers, the financial feasibility consultants, who are going to take the lead in those conversations. So that would be my ask of the council. My ask of Duke, in case they happen to be watching or watch it later, is really just to encourage them to be collaborative. This is something that the mayor and I have talked about quite a bit, and I've mentioned also briefly on the dais during the work session. This is really, as I see it, an opportunity for Duke to showcase a lot of the investments that they're making in Clearwater. They get to say to Nugent, hey, these are all the great things we're doing to make rates affordable in Clearwater. These are all the things we're doing to promote the resiliency, because we know how that touches every single thing that we do as a city, and every single business in the city, and every single resident in the city. So my advice to them is really view it as an opportunity. We're looking forward to an open dialogue with them as that process continues. But it does take time. It's a 9-month process. So I would say get cozy, because it's going to take a while, but that's just the reflection of the very important and complex nature of what we're doing.
Okay. Any questions, City Attorney? Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, move to item 10.1. This is discuss city manager and city attorney annual performance evaluation forms. So we had 3 forms attached to our work session agenda, and we are directed to deliver a report in October, yeah, which means we have to work on it in September. So city manager and I discussed, and I asked her for her, how the past councils have approached this and tried to get us really on the same page. And I think it's good if we, all 5 of us, choose a standard form we use, so we're not evaluating separately on different criteria. And so I asked her to share some samples, and Rosemary also pulled some for us to take a look at. And so that's what was attached. One of them was from ICMA, I believe, and then another one I think had been proposed by a past council member. So if, I don't know if there's any discussion on what these forms you like. Do you like the idea of us doing it all in the same form, which I would recommend, or not? It's up to you, but this would standardize our approach to it somewhat and just talk about our approach going forward on this. Anybody?
Yeah, I welcome this conversation. I think I stand on the side of, I think this should be a standardized process. I think a lot of public policy and municipalities do handle that way. I do recognize a constraint of time. We are in a place where charter states there has to be certain things accomplished by certain deadlines and times. I did go back and watch your January city council meeting and some of the discussions that went on. There was a lot of words thrown out like quantitative versus qualitative, subjective versus objective. There was discussions about being careful that you don't erode confidence in our elected officials or our managers. I recognize that a performance evaluation isn't, nor should it just be an event of pick a form and fill it out. It should be a process that we go through as a city and as elected officials, identifying roles and responsibilities, identifying that criteria that we're all comfortable with. And I don't think we're gonna be able to sit up here tonight and start identifying those criteria and picking things because we're all gonna be on different pages. I'll support whatever council wants to go. I do recognize a direction you're going with this. I'm picking one. I'll be supportive. However, I do think that as we move forward, though, we really should, as a group, have a serious dialogue and discussion on formalizing this process and getting a serious process in place with respect to it that helps identify timelines. And city manager and city attorney need to be a part of that process in identifying those criteria as well, because it's an entire team that goes through this. Again, it should be a process and not an event. So that's my 2 cents. I know we're pushing time to get this done. So after this and after budget gets behind us, hope we can sit down and have a serious discussion moving forward. But for the case of getting this done, I'll support the flexibility of council picking. I'm also fine if you really want to standardize this performance eval for this year and change it going forward. So I'm flexible with however the council sees fit.
Councilmember Teixeira.
I prefer the first two, the two attachments. I like the format. I've had this discussion many times on the dais. For me, the process is innate. Every time there's a challenge, every time there's a meeting, every time I see the two performing, I take mental note, and then I address it formally in October. But this is a conversation that happens during the whole year. I don't withhold and then in October have this conversation. No one's surprised, because to me it is an everyday process. But I understand the need to formalize it, to make it more objective and uniform, because I think that's what's most fair to the staff, right? Having 5 different bosses in itself is a challenge, so having something formalized to me, I think is a good thing for the staff. But if I had to be asked today, I like the first two.
Councilmember Cotton.
I'm good with whichever form anybody here wants to utilize. I would agree, though, with what Councilmember Teixeira just said, and that is, it should never come as a shock when come October we go over this to either the city manager or the city attorney. It's my belief that you have any type of issues, what it is, you get it on the floor there so it can be addressed and taken care of. I have made my own notes for positives, negatives, just all of those and in-betweens. And like Councilmember Teixeira said too, it's something that happens weekly or monthly. You can't necessarily do it, and that's why it's an annual evaluation. And that's why I do take notes. But if you were to ask either, David or Jennifer here, they could probably tell you what my gripes have been or what my attaboys have been, and where I stand. There would be no shock to them in anything with either of these forms. to know where I'm kind of standing on certain situations, the way the city is being directed. So whatever the group would like to do for this, I'm for it. And I think just having that open accountability and leadership from ourselves to our leaders will just be that high-performing government that I think that we're showing we are.
Vice Mayor, anything to add?
I've always done a written review for both since I've been on council, but not all council members have done written reviews. There were, I know, several that just did a verbal. At the time, you know, they didn't want to put anything down in a form like we have, but I like the first two forms. I think they're good. And I think it's helpful to have it in writing, so I would be fine the first two. But I agree with, you know, both Council Member Cotton and Teixeira. We have weekly meetings with both the city attorney and city manager, and we see them more often than that. And they understand our positions on pretty much everything. So putting it in a form is not going to be any new news to them, but you know, I've always thought it was helpful to put it in writing where they could look back in a file or something and see it. So I'm fine with whatever y'all want to come up with. I like the first two forms. I think they're good. They cover everything, and you know, without getting too crazy. So.
Well, I don't particularly have, I like the first two forms if we are all going to do the same form, for sure. To your point, the point of several others, I mean, we, so far, I mean, I've developed a relationship with both the city attorney and city manager that we're pretty transparent about, and I've invited them to be transparent with me and give me feedback as we go along. So for me, this is mainly for the public, something we've been tasked to do every year. And I do think maybe it is, I think if we're going to evaluate both of them in writing, that it's best that we all use the same rubric or form here. And it's up to each council member whether they're going to put comments in or not. And if they want to do that one-on-one with the city manager and the city attorney, which I have always, you know, every other employment situation have preferred. But if we're going to do something in writing, all of this, then I would prefer these two forms.
I'm good with that as well, one or two. I think that, you know, we should all know that we all treat it the same way. We all have our one-on-ones. None of us hide anything from them. I think they know that. We all have very open, honest, and transparent discussions. If there's anything that we have questioned or have issues about, they're completely open door policy for us to address it. So it's not ever a secret or surprise them. I do think there is probably a measure of the process that we're underestimating on the importance of what it does for a high-performing government, and we can get through that later. I do think that there are levels of sensitivity on what's shared and what's not, and those levels of sensitivity are going to be different for each of us. So I think that identifying that a hybrid model of picking an evaluation and doing parts of your feedback orally in your one-on-one to give feedback is probably fair, and putting what you're comfortable doing in writing. I'm supportive of that, and I'm with you, either one or two. If anyone has a certain preference, let's just pick it and move on and move forward. But I think it is important to standardize a procedure, and it's not just for us giving feedback. It includes them in the process to give us feedback, which is important. So I'll go either direction with you.
Right.
Number one.
I'm going to use the
Boom.
first two forms if I guess.
The first one's for the
If we
attorneys.
choose to do, if we choose to do that.
Perfect.
I guess it's up to each council member, but we agree we're going to use the first two forms.
Right. Yes.
If I may. So, so just a couple comments. So on the substance and then just on the procedure of it. So, one of the attachments to the agenda item is a resolution which was 23-19, which had been approved by the previous council in December of last year. I think that if the council's comfortable adopting the written evaluation form that's attached to the agenda item, it's probably best if I bring forward a resolution that amends the previous resolution, because some of the things that are in that prior resolution do not jive very well with some of the new criteria. So for example, like if you look at resolution 23-19, it talks about goals and smart format, but how does that translate into your scoring on the actual evaluation sheet? You know, what impact does it have? How would it be weighted? Just kind of some things like that. So just on a process or procedural level, I think I would recommend that if these are the forms the council would like to use, it would be best if I come back to the next work session with a resolution amending the previous resolution. That will not only clean up the previous issues or the previous resolution, but it will also appropriately codify council's intent going forward. And that way there's a good record that's actually in council policies. It's what the clerk and I were just talking about a little bit. So just a comment on the procedure of it. The only other comment I have is, and to the point that has been made both by Councilmember Menino and by the mayor, you know, the public component of this definitely, it is part of the job. I mean, you know, that's for myself, that's for the manager. It's in the city charter. It does say there's a report that's presented at each at a public meeting each October. Why they chose October, I'm guessing it's because it's the start of the fiscal year. It's probably reflecting on the previous 11 months of the fiscal year, would be my guess, but that charter long predated my time with the city. But I know it can be challenging, and how do you strike those balance when the charter requires an annual public report, and yet the council needs to discuss amongst yourselves, well, what's important to you, and how do you rate, and things like that. Even with a standardized form, there's probably going to be differences among council members because each of you have different views, you know, on different topics. So that's okay. One other comment I have, and this is not something you have to decide today, you could decide it later, but if the council is all using the same form, how do you want to handle the completion of those forms? In other words, do each of you want to complete your own form in advance of the meeting? Do you want them to be tentative, subject to changes, depending on what you hear from other council members? So again, you don't have to decide that today, but if I am going to bring forward a resolution to the council, I'd rather put in whatever it is the council wants to accomplish there. Does that make sense? Because it may be that you come into the meeting with a form and you're very comfortable with that because it's based on your individual views. It's also possible that you could hear from other council members, have a different perspective after hearing them. And since you guys are going to be using the same exact form, you may actually end up changing things depending on what you hear from other council members. So I don't have an opinion or preference one way or the other. I just wanted to put that out there for conversation because this will be the first time the council is adopting a standardized form. And so I just wanted that to come up for a conversation, whether you want that to be kind of your final product individually, or whether you want it to be more subject to council as a body, basically voting on a single report, or how, just kind of how you want that detail to look.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
So I'm going to just say this. We've never had a standardized form with council. Everybody has adopted some type of, if they're writing, they do their own written form. And I know we had some pushback last council that we wanted to do it like school teachers, you know, that where we say, and I always had a problem with, you can't judge the city manager the same as the city attorney because they have, the city attorney is, I mean, he acts, I mean, he does do some things that you can look ahead and say, we'd like this to happen next year, but most of it happens after an event, you know. And the city manager is the opposite. I mean, they project things and try to meet those things. So we used to have long, big discussions on this last council. But whatever y'all want to do, I'm fine with having a review because I've done it every year for 6 years already, so. But I'm just wanted to bring up the fact that it is he's different than she is, their job. And it's real hard to say, well, the city attorney, we want you to do this next year. You know, but he mostly his job is important when things come up and how he takes care of those. Her job is different because she projects things and, you know, it's not something that she happens after the fact. So just kind of keep that in mind. We could talk about it more if you want. I just wanted to give you kind of a...
Yeah, well, the city attorney raises a good point, too. I mean, it says that we're supposed to, the charter requires us to present a report evaluating both of them each October. But it doesn't say who's supposed to compile that report. How are we supposed to do it outside the sunshine?
Exactly, and that is exactly the challenge. And so historically, because there have been very diverse perspectives among the council, not just among the substance, but even among the process, it has been, quite challenging, because there have been council members who have said that they lean much more heavily toward private discussion. As Councilmember Menino said, there's going to be different, sensitivities. Everyone has different comfort level, different philosophies on that. As what do you want to say publicly? What do you say privately? They're not right or wrong answers. But they're differences. I mean, people have different philosophies on that. So, to the mayor's point, the charter is not very specific in how that process is supposed to look, other than just saying very basically that there must be a public report each October. But whether that report is the report of the council as a body, and the council as a body votes on and adopts one report, whether it is 5 individual reports, whether it's written, whether it's verbal, or the extent to which that balance is struck, has been up to each individual council member. And so at least up until now, there has been no standardization of it. So embarking on this path of standardization, I think is good. I think probably both the manager and I will probably appreciate that. But because it is, as the vice mayor said, our first time going through real standardization, where in all candor, this is probably the first time, at least in my time here, that we've had a council that I think is more likely to reach consensus among the body as to what the standardization could look like, whereas that was not necessarily very likely in the past, and did not happen in the past, the many times it had been discussed. So it's council's, we work for the council, so it is your decision as to what you'd like that process to look like.
So I'm just going to start with the way David just ended that. It's the council's decision, right? So I'm trying just to think of this objectively. If we had that standardized form, be it the first 2 forms that we have, each one of us fills it out, because independently, we're each elected officials. And then if there's a way of taking that number score and combining it, dividing it by 5, or whatever we want to do there to find an overall average, we could do that. However, I don't think me giving my genuine opinion of performance should be swayed by Mike or should be swayed by David. It's my genuine performance evaluation for that individual. I think you should put comments on it, because how are either one of them supposed to grow if you just give them like a 3 and then they don't know what they did wrong to correct it? But that's just my 2 cents. I mean, I get a standardized individual evaluation as a fire officer every year. There are these things, even for corporate America. I'm sure that a board gives a CEO some type of a standardized across-the-board evaluation that comes from probably the chair of the board and a few other higher executives, right? So I would think that each one of us should do one and then present it, and if there's some type of a cumulative score that comes from all 5 together, or if it just simply starts the conversation of a poor performance or a great performance type thing, I think we've succeeded in what the standardized evaluation is doing. So that's my take on it.
Okay. City manager?
Yeah, so I can tell you that as the former HR director, this has come up every single year. and the council has, as David said, never settled on terms of an exact form, and HR's involvement, and our current HR director is here, has varied. And so there's opportunities in terms of what Councilmember Cotton said. You know, we have an agenda deadline. You can submit the forms to HR, to the clerk's office prior to that, and they can attach it. I mean, there's options to do that, but just wanted to make mention of this conversation is identical to one that I've had for the last 6 years from the HR side of things. So HR is here for a resource if that's something that you want to help coordinate that, or to Councilmember Medino's point in terms of developing a different, you know, process. So it's just whatever the will of the council is, but those are options.
Here we go again. Again, I'll be flexible, and I think we can get through this process, and we'll all agree to get this done this year. Some cities, each individual council member do their report, and they turn them into the mayor. The mayor then gives that overall report and the score, but we've individually had that opportunity to orally address, and then you give that final report. I'm good either way, whether it goes through HR, whether it goes through the mayor, whether we individually give them. But I agree with Ryan. I don't think that I should come in here with a form and I'm going to change some of my thoughts on either one based on what the councilwoman says or what somebody else says. I think the report is the report, and I own it, and I own that feedback. So I'm fine however you guys want to do it, whether we want to continue. We pick the forms. Let's not make adjustments to it. Let's fill it out and present it, and then are we presenting them one at a time, presenting them, and then coming up?
That's
So
always the way it's been.
In the past, everybody takes a turn, and some went into great detail, some just gave a numerical score, and then discussed the salary. That's how it went. And then all of them were collected at the end of the meeting, so no one got it before. You know what I mean? It wasn't handed to the mayor, it was just.
Why don't we,
I'm good with that.
why don't we use the first two, and then we don't have to fill them out, we don't have to complete them or whatever, but we'll bring those to the meeting where we do the evaluation and talk about what relevant parts or items on there that we want to talk about. But we're at least all evaluating then from the same matrix.
And then it's your option individually to turn in what you want? Is that kind of what you're saying? Because some are going to want to fill, like David wants to fill stuff out. Right? Is that what you're saying? You want to fill out a form?
Well, I've always done that. There's never been mandatory form filling. I've had council members just give an oral review of the city manager and city attorney. But you ought to consider this too. You guys haven't been through the full year yet. You've 6 months into this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Lena and I have been here a whole year, you know, and so we may have a different perspective on some things, but that's okay.
100%.
I think everybody presents their, you know, report, and then we have a discussion about salary afterwards and go from there. Try to get a consensus on that. It's the way it's always been done.
Because there's nothing in the charter that says to be written, we just have to get a report.
Agreed, and that
But
is.
once we do, it's public record.
Correct, and I think that's exactly why there has not been a lot of standardization up until now. You know, it's definitely left to the council's discretion to decide to what extent you want it to be verbal, to what extent you want it to be writing, to what extent you all do the same, to what extent you all do differently.
Well, I think, as I said earlier, we just agree that the five of us are going to use that as a guide to do our evaluation. Then you can fill it out if you want, like you've always done a written report, but we're at least going to be evaluating on the same criteria.
You're blessed.
So I understand that that's fine. I think we should use Form 1 and 2. I think that we're all in agreement with that. I don't understand why we wouldn't want to just write it down, public record or not. It's the truth of what we as individuals and leaders hold and value. We should be able to put that to pen and stand behind it. I don't know why we wouldn't. I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, Mayor. I don't know why we wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, his point earlier was prior council felt like, you know, we're giving a report card. You know, it's a little bit too, a little bit too impersonal. You know, just in that regard. When you know, the best evaluation everywhere I've been, you know, that, it's a public scenario here where any other employer in the United States is not going to, you know, evaluate somebody publicly. That's privately between you and the employee. And that allows you to give the employee very candid, transparent feedback on job performance, because it's just between you and them, and vice versa. The employee can give the employer, you know, that kind of thing. So that's the difference here, is it's just never been in my experience in the private sector to be very, to evaluate one employee in front of the entire company. That's between you and that employee. So I think that's probably been the history here, is that, you know, it's pretty high level what the council says about city attorney and city manager. From that, you know, you have a working relationship with them. They,
For sure.
Technically, you know, we are their employer, and so, yeah.
That's a good question, but I think what we have to keep in mind is the component and the fragility of public confidence. And I think that's where that verbal report versus written becomes in the public, it's there. When it's oral, it's not, and you have a safety net to protect some of that public confidence in our leaders, right? So there is a balance there. I know in that January meeting, Frank was the mayor at the time. That was his very point, was making sure that we're sensitive to that public confidence component. But also what we have to, you know, make sure is David's idea of, do you want him to come back and change that and put a new resolution? I don't want us to skip that. I'm fine with it. I do think measurable goals probably are important in the equation. Maybe not, let's get through it, pick a form, and get forward for this year. I think maybe next year when we reevaluate our process in getting a system in place. But I'm fine with him drafting a resolution. I don't know how you all feel about that.
I don't have any problem with the goals. It says they're each supposed to propose those to us. We're not supposed to come up with our goals for them. So, and I'm fine with the resolution, and I'm really fine with written. I'm fine with filling out. You know,
I just think that if you're saying it verbally.
I do think we do
that's
that, though.
public
It just
record as
needs, to the point I made earlier, if we're gonna do written evaluation, it needs to all be on the same
well. I
page.
completely agree, 100%.
So, but I'm okay with that, too.
Well, I think what this, and I can't speak for him, I'll let him speak. I think what he was saying is to go in a standardized form, whether we do a hybrid oral or written, the current standing resolution has some clarity that's needed, that it doesn't jive with us going in
Right,
a
using the
standardized
SMART
direction.
goals.
So he needs to clean it up a little
Yes.
bit if we're comfortable with that.
And one would wait till after, in September of each calendar year, they suggest the goals that they have, so.
Right, for the following year.
Okay.
Just one thing, like, I understand the need for transparency. I've listened in on some of the charter review conversations where they feel that it has to be an objective process, it has to be a transparent process. So I don't have a problem with allocating a numerical value to their evaluation. The reason why I don't write narratives is because I truly believe in human interaction is much more real than something written. So I would rather have weekly conversations with those two and have this rapport and this ongoing conversation rather than just write everything down that's public record that might not really be an effective way of communicating what I really think. So that's my preference.
Yeah, no, I hear that, and I understand exactly what you guys are saying, but once again, I come back to, with our one-on-one meetings, the weekly evaluations or whatever's going on with the city business that we're doing in that. Whatever I write down in October should not come as a shock to the city manager and or the city attorney. They should, I have done my job incorrectly if my report is going to all of a sudden shock somebody. I, as a leader, have let them down in my expectations or how I would have articulated or dealt with a situation that I felt was underperforming. If I just hit them out of nowhere with poor scores and a bad job, that's a reflection on me, not them. So that's why I will have no problem just writing, putting pen to paper. I completely understand what you're trying to say, but again, I see verbal, what I am saying now is public record. There's no difference between putting it to paper And that doesn't mean that my report from this year echoes on to sentiments from next year. I am very easy at a clean slate is a clean slate. This was last year's review. We are going into a new review for next year, and it started October 1. Boom. Like, that's just who I am as a person. And I know that that's not everybody, but that's just where my sentiment was coming from. So I understand it either way.
Yeah, and again, I'm okay with doing written evaluation. I'm not sure how meaningful it is, because I think the best feedback they both get is our one-on-ones.
I agree.
The most candid. It's going to be much more candid than what any council member anywhere puts in writing when they're working with either one of them in that position. So, but I'm okay with doing it in writing as well. So we agreed we're all going to work on that form. We're going to wait until the two of you share your goals with us, I guess, according to this resolution,
No, well, that's my question for council. So is there consensus for council to use either form or use the two forms? That's one. If so, then the city attorney needs direction to amend the council rules to reflect some of those changes that are needed to clarify the process. So that's one question.
So what does it say exactly, that we're not using the same form? I know.
They talk about SMART goals.
Smart goals and.
Right, I mean, so a couple of things here. One, just as a very minor point, but on the attachment, I know for the city attorney form, there's one form, but I think for the manager's form, there's two different ones. So the council, I think, would have to specify, are we talking about the ICMA form, or are we talking about?
Oh, the first two on the attachment.
Okay.
Yeah, just the
Same ones.
Okay, so to come back to the SMART goals issue, this was something that had been discussed by the prior council. To the mayor's point, we could keep this resolution intact, which is Resolution 2319, and in the absence of some action by council, I think the manager and I both intend to follow Resolution 2319 and bring back these goals in September. The question for council is that if we bring back goals in September following the existing rubric, I don't think, from what I'm seeing, the new form that council is looking to adopt really encapsulates any of those goals or reflects any of that. I think if the council wants to keep the concept of 1 to 3 SMART goals every year, then I would suggest you may want to tweak that form, because the form is not really set up for those types of goals. In other words, like, we could end up adopting goals in September, but then when it comes time to do the performance evaluation, none of your scoring is going to be predicated on those goals or the success of those goals or anything we just spent the past year talking about. And so that's my fear for the council. So I would suggest either think about whether you like that format of the SMART goals of 1 to 3 each year or not. Because if you do, then I would suggest tweaking the form to reflect that in terms of the scoring rubric. And if you don't, then I would just repeal that resolution entirely and essentially start from a blank slate in drafting it. Does that make sense?
I don't know if I see the two as inconsistent. I mean, and again, scoring, I don't think score matters.
Yeah.
I don't see the score is insignificant to me. I mean, if it's like on a scale of 1 to 5, you know, do they deliver the work product timely? Then that's important. But as far as an overall cumulative score at the bottom, I think that's meaningless, you know.
So these forms have spaces where you put comments.
Yeah.
That's where you could put those SMART goals, you know,
Yeah.
stuff.
And that would be
in there.
deliver on an orderly time. Like
Well, right now, you don't have goals. We're not evaluating or anything because you haven't set them.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is just for clarification, what's due in September are our goals for next year.
Yeah.
The evaluation for October is for the year in arrears. So you don't need to wait for the goals because they don't have anything to do with this evaluation.
So if I heard correctly, I guess when I said this council was more likely to reach consensus, I was just kidding. That was all lies.
You misspoke on that one,
The
right?
point she just made, you don't need to modify the form because you don't have goals to evaluate.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, no problem, yeah.
Well, maybe for the next go-round.
Exactly. You would, I'm only, that's absolutely right. I was only asking for the next go-around, but it sounds like there's at least consensus then on adopting these two forms. So we'll probably create a new resolution then just adopting these two forms without, at least at this moment in time, making any modification to the SMART goals process. That's kind of what I'm hearing is. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so we'll bring that back at the next work session.
Okay. Anything else on that? Okay, item 11, new business. Any new business?
Can I would like to have give you an update on the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council's initiatives for the next meeting, the next schedule, next meeting.
Okay, so put that on the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, I vote for that.
Not now, not now.
Okay, 12, closing comments by mayor. Just thank you for your patience today, getting through a lot. Appreciate you all muscling through today. So with that, we will adjourn the work session for August 12th, 2024.